Welcome everybody to the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham, the home of England rugby, and for part 2 of our Community Cup Finals weekend at the most famous stadium in the entire rugby cosmos. We had a fabulous day yesterday with 4 champions crowned, and we'll do the same again today, kicking things off with the men's counties 3 and below championship final. We have Old Georgians in maroon and white hoops up against Old Otliensians in the blue and white hoops. Referee in the middle is Phil Russell, and I'm delighted to say that Red Roses World Cup winner in 2014, Amber Reid, is alongside me again.
Looking forward to another great day of rugby. We were definitely treated yesterday. The sun was out. The teams lived up to the hype of the running rugby in the great weather. More today.
Old Georgians and their captain Matt Johnson kick us off into cloudy skies here in Twickenham, but judging by how yesterday's weather went, it is set to be a roaster. And Old Georgians, who scored 171 points en route to this final, have the bit between their teeth early and carrying through their open side Ben Watts. Quick recycle, and the captain distributes out the back to Joe Scatchard. Here's a first sighting of Sam Owen, the top try scorer this season, and he is dished up and served up by Isaac Gilson. I get myself boosted a little bit.
Great little match up there on the edge. Gilson doing really well, marking his man. Great shot, big statement of intent early doors.
Alex Gilson, one of a number of Gilsons in the starting lineup, sees his throw not quite go to plan, and Old Georgians return with some interest. That was Henry Pegley in the 3 jersey, and now Tom Ellis, player of the match in the semi-final victory over Avonmouth. They went to Bristol, they won on the road by a point. Oh, and it's a mercurial offload from that player of the match, and Lyle Reynolds didn't have a blue jersey in front of him. Cantered home. The bright start from Old Georgians, and the maroon and whites are celebrating an early try in their big final.
You said there was no one in behind the line. They had 15 up. It looked like an initial really good shot, but Ellis gets his arms free in the tackle, finds the support of Reynolds, and that is a lovely pop off the deck for him to run underneath the sticks.
Can I get the volume boosted in my ears so I can hear Amber myself better? I've got my dials down to the max.
Yes.
Light work for long-range Matt Johnson, who's been splitting the uprights all season, and the dream start for Ben Johnston and his Old Georgians.
May you take time to chase, please. Thank you.
Sliced clearance on that occasion, and that's a good result really for Engians, who've travelled down by the busload. It's difficult to make the travel arrangements sometimes with the semi-final happening so close, but there is not one space on the journey coming down today after a fabulous victory over Tewkesbury, again on the road, 33-22 in the semi-final. And Engians' career into the big hit from Francesco Grosso. the most capped Georgian in the club's history. Allianz, oh, that is abrasive stuff. Flattens Pegley.
That looked personal. He looked him dead in the eye and ran straight down his channel.
Georgians getting a little bit of momentum, a few phases, but they found themselves robbed on the floor. Old Georgians travel laterally, straighten things up nicely through Owen Sweeney. And now there's room on this left-hand side. Interesting kick. It's not the best looking one. And it scrambles through to Connor Bateman. Bateman, gas to burn. Bateman on the glide, links up with the pocket rocket. Will Howard, who goes it alone for a solo stunner down the left edge. Will the Wizard Howard explodes engines into life here in the final.
Touch of the Colby there with his scrum hat on, dancing down that touchline, but picking up the loose ball, takes off.
Cheers.
And Bateman shows a clean pair of heels round the Georgians' defence. He still has a lot of work to do. Round one, the little fake inside round the second, and has the pace to finish and travel under the sticks to make the kick easier. What a finish.
Yes.
And the conversion is good too, 7 apiece. With not even 6 minutes on the clock.
Georgian defenders diving at his heels, but not getting close, and then untouched round the fullback.
Will Cooper finds Jamie Martin clinging to his laces. A fast start from both hoop sides. Bit of room spotted in behind the blitz. But Jamie Martin is a match to it and more. Jamie Martin slaloming through the sea of blue. Awkward hit. So many numbers, just a little tip. Pegley scoops it out the back, and oh, that is so unfortunate.
Red 2 obstruction.
Jack Gilligan colliding with Francesco Grosso. And what looked like was going to be a certain try turns into a penalty.
Like you said, so unfortunate. The build-up play to this was fantastic. Martin covering that little chip zone so well, taking off, beating a couple of defenders. He gathers the kick, finds a little bit of space, weaving his way through. Then players queuing up on this side. Unselfish play, gets absolutely melted, and unfortunately they're just getting each other's way.
Good contest in the air, but it's zipped away by Harry Bentley. And I tell you what, both sides are up for this, aren't they? Both sides of the ball. There's real intent in the carry. That looked like the most intentional of knockdowns. I mean, he is slam dunked that on the turf. I think he's going to look back on that on the replay when he gets home and think, I'm the luckiest boy in Twickenham.
I think he's very lucky that that was in the opposition 22 and not his, otherwise he'd be taking a very early break.
We're going to get a replay of Joe Scatchard, who wouldn't have had a place on a volleyball court here.
He's got to clear the area first.
Not much disguise in that one there.
You got away with one there, Joe. Oh, slips through the grip. And at the moment, the rub of the green going the way of the Georgians.
Advantage over.
Matt Johnson, plenty of time on the ball. Looks a classy player, doesn't he?
Carried back.
Tangled in the legs of Bateman, and Bateman is a danger man when he wriggles free. Lovely kick. It's going to be a mischief for Scatchard to handle, but he does exceptionally well. Oh, wonderfully done. Wonder, did he need to kick that away? Had a lot of support on his inside. Picks out the hulking frame of Luke Cowdell, who scored from 40 metres in the semi-final, thinking about going 60. Another knockdown, and this time Old Georgians won't survive. And of all the people, it's the vice-captain, Mr. Mike Tierney, a current teacher at the school, but he finds himself sent for a 10-minute detention in the final.
I think he can probably thank his mate for that yellow card as well. Happening in such close succession to the previous one definitely didn't help.
Golden opportunity now for Engians to get after this. It's a good hard hit from Ben Watts. Little confusion. Collected by Will Cooper. Oh, there's a lot of numbers here. And there's some slick hands and some sharp finishes. Howarth isn't released, but it's still there for Engians. Howarth on this occasion gets his head buried in the ruck. John Neal, one of the big men in the engine room, getting through some unglamorous work. Bentley scoops it out, switching the midfield. Cowdell takes down one, runs over a second, but gets felled himself in the process. Neal wisely clings on. Dribble through, they've got some advantage to work with. The post almost comes into play to hinder Sweeney, but we will come back for the earlier indiscretion.
That was a great read by Sweeney in defence. Lots of space in the backfield.
Red one, high tackle.
But again, a lovely bit of build-up play. They're finding lots of joy in that outside channel. The dummy probably was the right option.
Well, I think Jamie Martin probably thought, I'm going to get close to Will Howarth here because I can't afford to give him the room that I did last time. So ultimately, good rearguard action from Old Georgians, not St Georgians. That is the school that they are Old Georgians of in Weybridge. Pristine pitches out there. And the coach, Ben Johnston, as well, involved with the school team that almost made a Vars final here this season. Nice handling from Engians. And now it's Isaac Gilson.
13's onside.
Drops it on the toe. Another awkward kick behind, but you have to say that Old Georgians have marshalled the backfield masterfully so far, and it's a great clearance too from Jamie Martin.
Really good drift defence there by Georgians, just taking away that space from Gilson on this right wing, but Martin again, like you say, marshalling the backfield so well. But Otliensians finding the outside channels again, using the overlap well.
Step out, please, thank you.
But good cover defence.
Gilson seeks out the middle, and he does so with aplomb. Just a bit of a glide as the defensive field fractures. Ollie Eves, who ran a marathon the day after their semi-final victory against Tewkesbury. The man has got an appetite for pain by the sounds of things.
That's madness. Absolute madness.
Cowdell looks threatening, doesn't he? With room, without room, he almost makes a dent. Speaking of dents, pulverising press forward. Oh, and the fine work from the vice-captain Jake Bentley, undone by some slippery fingers. And Old Georgians in this yellow card period are yet to concede a point still.
Gents, your tackler's on the wrong side quite frequently.
He just tied up his next defender. He was going to crush and knock over, but Old Otliensians got some really good ball carriers. They're lining up. They look busy, hungry for work.
Let's start building then, gents.
Well, they've had a lovely build-up. Old Otliensians. 520 miles travelled in total on their journey to Twickenham. 210 points scored. 3 league champions defeated. And even a personal good luck video message from Danny Kerr this week as well.
The man of the moment.
The man of the moment. He took time out of his busy life retiring, writing books and being a TV star. Oh, and a professional rugby player to send a good luck message. He's in action across the road today, isn't he? His last game for Quins.
Yes.
Well, here we go. Old Georgians throwing some shapes and throwing a battering ram too from depth. That was Rhys Johnson working hard from his right wing. Then Lyle Reynolds. We've only really seen him in his try-scoring efforts so far, but Jack Gilligan is doing the work of 2 locks with Tierney on the naughty step. Back on the board, Johnson comes off second best in that Alpha challenge, tight to the touchline, slung away.
I didn't say anything.
Georgians have done remarkably to hold on to that. It was all against them as Monty Harrowell gets dished up. Howarth looked a little shaky, spills the ball, but crucially backwards. Has Ollie Eves on hand to help him out. Well, I was going to say a hint of a jackal, more than a hint. Locked on, and a penalty to Georgians.
Decision, please.
Big tackle from the winger, backed up by his pack. 3 players in there. And that's not a sight you want to see as an attacking carrier.
A lot of good body positions working in unison there.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You see your mate go in, make a good shot, and if you're in close range, you may as well just jump in there as well, lock the ball up so they can't get that offload away and help drive the team back.
OGs into the corner.
Stay 10, please. Stay 10.
Grosso looking for the towering frame of Gilligan, who he does found. The delivery is off the mark. Oh, that is anything but off the mark. Utter precision from Ollie Eves. The jackling quality of a man with 7, not 10 on his back. Johnson, Ryan Johnson, picked out, first season at the club, following in his brother's footsteps. Oh, and it's a delicious ball drifted over the top. Oh, yes. OGs dipping into their Fijian ancestry with the offload game. And Sam Owen fights on just to the doorstep of the 22. Oh, Watts will be disappointed. Just took his eye off. And Engines, they want to play from anywhere. Oh, and it's a tackle off the ball late. And there could be a second yellow or more coming for the OGs here. Engines will play though. Engines will really play. Forwards and backs in unison. It's aggressive out there. The clean-outs are a demolition derby. Howarth runs out of room. Touch there. But there is going to be some problems here for Henry Pegley.
Okay, advantage is clearly over. Yeah. This player's tips over above the horizontal, he's come down on his shoulders, so he still goes to the bin. Okay. Advantage was over because he was back there, so he played the line out.
There's little arguments. There, isn't there?
No, you're taking the touch. Just there.
Yeah, big tackle again on the wrong side of the referee, but there's going to be a really good battle here on the wings, I think. Howarth's had a lot of ball down that far touchline, but he's been matched so well at the moment defensively by Reece Johnson.
Overshoots the runway with the throw. OGs collect. Just the 13 of them on the field of play at the moment. Mr. Tierney is up and has his head guard on.
Yeah. PJ, the yellow card is ready to come back on.
Is that how that's blue? No, he comes down on his shoulder.
PJ?
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Anyone?
Yeah.
If he comes on his head, I'd agree, but he tips him, he comes down, contact points his shoulder.
No, that's not it. It's further on in the play. Well, we're seeing some of the ambitious and enterprising handling of Georgians, and you can see immediately the desire to free up Will Howarth, who's the leading try scorer in the county. And important to use the word county as well, because I think there's a sense about Georgians, the lads from Otley, that they're doing it for Yorkshire. In fact, I saw a message on their Facebook from West Park Rugby Club Leeds saying, sort out the Southerners for it, do it for Yorkshire.
Yeah, there's a big drive for Northern Rugby at the moment. And I think it's teams like this that are driving that message home, and it's so great to see them here competing in the final.
We do love a bit of north-south county rivalry. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, it just spices things up a little bit, adds another dimension to this final.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Ellis with 14 on the field for OGs. That's a lovely line, the bounce off the left foot as Owen Sweeney arrived at the line was crucial. Good shot comes in from Will Cooper, and his physicality dislodges the ball. It's a bit spicy out there, isn't it? Few afters from Harry Bentley.
Yeah, I think even after that last tackle and yellow card, it's definitely going to spice things up a little bit more, but lovely line. They're down a man, so keeping it nice and simple, playing it up, moving it to the edge, and I think when you're down to 14 players, it's probably those 50-50 offloads that you don't need. Control the game, control the tempo, keep the ball in your possession, because it's a lot harder to defend with 14 than it is to attack.
I'll come around as well. Bind! That's okay. A bit more balance, please, okay? No worries, we can fix that. No issues. It's not hard. Push! Crouch. Bind. Set. And then.
Bentley scampers back, but the two front rows nosedive, and
just both need to bring your feet up for me. Just hit up both of you. I think you're both too long at the moment. Okay?
this will work out nicely for Old Georgians because the yellow card clock continues to tick down. And I know this is your forte. Pick the bones out of this scrum action for me, please, as an international centre.
Been in a couple of scrums in my time, hanging on the flank, mostly trying to do my best for the prop that I was behind, but
like when Johnny May did it, and where he buried his head between the second row and the number 8, something like that.
much better than Johnny May, I'd have to say.
Beautiful shapes on offer from Georgians, and Bentley puts foot to the floor and feeds the speed of Will, the pocket rocket Howarth. And he takes off for Georgians. Sumptuous first phase play. And Georgians' danger man produces another deadly finish.
What an unbelievable try, and what you didn't see off screen there with the front row that got up from that scrum, and Howarth was already scoring under the post. Double hands in the air, celebrating from the halfway. But lovely little wraparound play. Bentley takes off, fixes the last man, puts Howarth away, and he's already shown how much pace he's got in this game so far. Again, untouched, round to make the kick easier. But wonderful first phase try from old Otliensians.
Thank you. Yes for me.
And converted to tough on OGs, who have played the last 15 minutes with 14 players or less. And ultimately they're undone by some exquisite handling and some well-selected running lines.
A second yellow, time left on the bin, that.
It was the width of the original pass that allowed them to get into the centre pairing of Scatchard and Sweeney, and it held them, which meant then when Bentley wrapped round, he could fix the last man and put Howarth away.
The physicality isn't relenting. Jamie Martin chasing the kickoff hard. Georgians find two Georgians clinging to them. The centres in tandem. Georgians have got a bit of history here in Twickenham. They were the Junior Vars champions back in 2018 on these very blades of grass with victory over South Molton. And they're looking to bring another bit of silverware back to Sheffers Field, back home in Otley.
Yeah, it's that ambition again, just fixing the last players. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite get his arms free up over the top to release Howarth again.
Gilligan is the option. Oh, and the dot down puts pressure on the pass. I like the look of Scatchard. Explosive off the mark. Some nice footwork from Grosso, but an untidy presentation. Asked to use it. So many Georgians embroiled in that breakdown, and then the error comes. Bentley, not sure that was a kick he was precisely after, and it's well claimed by Rhys Johnson, who has certainly got the height advantage over Howarth.
I think the kick probably wasn't the right option there. They've had lots of change in those wide channels. Even if they haven't made a line break, they've gained momentum.
Grosso deploys Reynolds. Georgians are doing a fantastic job of being complete nuisances at the breakdown. The offloading game of the old Georgians isn't quite purring at the moment. But I think due to the stubborn nature of the defensive Georgians, they're having to force some of these passes to try and unlock them.
Yeah, they're defending so well that old Georgians are really struggling to get over the gain line, which is then stifling their attack. So they're having to try these offloads to try and pick some holes, gain a bit of momentum, allow the breakdown to be a little bit cleaner, a little bit faster.
Taking them in, Otley, boys, Otley.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
8 on 8. Bit high from Cowdell, on Cowdell from Reynolds, I beg your pardon. Tepid tackling from the OGs. And easy meters made by Paddy Phipps. And in a flash, it's out to the 5-metre channel.
They're throwing some really lovely shapes in attack. They've always got that short runner looking to punch the holes, but more often than not, they're going out the back and allowing that overs ball, so just drifting out, getting outside the old Georgian defenders.
Weaving play back to the left. There's a lot of variety to admire about the way Engines are playing. And Bentley is having an armchair ride as well, with his forwards making meters on every carry. That time it was Noel Gilson, another Gilson, rising to the Twickenham challenge. Harry Gilson. One out runners, making dents. Paddy Phipps is Paddy Power right now. And Luke Exley, the captain, has Georgian jerseys hanging from him. Bentley frees the arms through the back of the tackle, and John Neal latches on. Oh, that is one of the biggest arrivals at a breakdown of this final so far. OGs were hanging by a thread, but Engines forced to hold on, and they can relieve some pressure that was mounting.
Great carry by the captain there. He's got 3 players trying to get him down, but lovely little snipe, but big clutch play.
Well, it's the 10s doing all the breakdown burglary, but touch has been missed, and Engines are going to punish. It is Howarth, the hat-trick hero. Wonderwill with a half-hour hat-trick at the Allianz Stadium.
And that's probably his easiest try of the lot, getting the plaudits from his team. But again, another well-worked team try. The simple things, the fix and give, the support play. It looked for all money that Cowdell was going to go inside, but finds the hat-trick man on his left shoulder, and a significantly easier finish than his other 2 tries that he's done so far.
Some boos and ahs from the OG section as they saw that on the replay, suggesting it may have squeezed forward, but certainly not compelling enough. Not that we've got a TMO.
Just saying, PJ, the second yellow will be coming up after this one.
And old Georgians, having survived with 14 for so long, have now ultimately yielded 14 points to their cup rivals, and it is all to do for the boys from Surrey, as the Yorkshiremen are the dominant force in this opening 32 minutes here at the Allianz.
No. Told coaches before, as many as you want. I checked, don't worry, I checked. If only we had TMO for every game, eh?
Interesting that they're taking Scatchard off in the midfield. I thought he'd looked promising so far. Yes. Carried well, distributed the ball.
Time's on.
Charlie Gavin, wearing 21, the youngest player in the squad, who's on the brink of doing his A-levels, is on. Wonder what that exuberance is going to bring out there for the OGs. Well, it's not about exuberance, it's about alphaing up and going mano a mano and bringing the physicality to the likes of Paddy Phipps, because he went cartwheeling through those tackles that are all too high.
Yeah, the first contacts of old Georgians at the moment just aren't good enough. There's physicality from Ensians. They're carrying well, they're getting in good body positions, but Georgians are just allowing them to eat up the meters post contact. They have to get lower, they have to get off the line, they have to hit harder. A man on a mission. Shrugs off 2 defenders. A little pirouette to beat the third.
That's what a Royal Marine Commando looks like in full flight, Amber. Paddy Phipps with a couple of bruising carries so far. Mike Tierney, the vice-captain, claims it cleanly, and then a switch brings Ben Watson from the midfield. Good carry from the open side, and the discipline of Engians beginning to jar them.
Stay honest in attack, please. Stay 10 metres.
Tough on that, isn't it? It's in the momentum of falling.
Yeah, really tough.
Your mid rip. It's a good take from Tierney. And OGs go rocking and rolling, and oh.
We pulled them in. You've transferred the ball, move forward before that's happened.
Well, going to have to see this on the replay, see what went down.
Yeah, as you can see there, clear comms from the referee. They didn't compete in the initial drive, but they shifted the ball back. If they keep the ball with the jumper, and then contact happens and they shift the ball back, that's fine, but they did that before there was any contact from the Engines.
Straight out, Matt, straight out.
Oh, one against the head, but it comes straight out.
Came out and then the 7 pulled it in again.
Engines breathe a sigh of relief.
Go, please, let me again. Bend your hands. Bend your hands. I think it came out first. Yeah, you can't play back in. Head fast. Got to work hard here. No, I need your head in before that. You can't slingshot. Let's go, Barrett. Let's go, boys. Stand the fucking screw. Crowd.
Into the last 5 of the half.
Bind. Set.
Have to commend the defence from Matt Johnson so far. He came up with a big turnover in his 22, but his 10 channel has been impenetrable no matter the size of the man being launched down it.
They're on side.
Or chasing back, looked like there was a challenge in the air. And it's confirmed by Phil Russell. What do you do here, Amber? Is it back to the corner, or do you think that Old Georgians could benefit from some tempo?
Yeah, I think you take the easy meters to the corner. They've had some good line-out success, and it's just technicality on the last one with Old Otliensians just stepping off that line-out, but they'll be aware of that now. They'll know what to do differently, and their maul did have momentum, so I think it's a good decision.
No malice in that challenge, just a bit of a missed time whilst picking his way through the traffic.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
But Old Georgians are back into the 22, and they're back seeking Jack Gilligan. Their maul hasn't been able to get going once again. Watts goes out the back door, just fashions a pass to his centre. Pegley needs to make amends after his yellow card. That is a bruising, bouncing carry from Tom Ellis. Georgians as close as they've been since their early score. Luke Furness tackled and Engines told to release. Still, they look to probe the short side. Watts ignored. Grosso swallowed by blue jerseys. Fast ball, this time to Tom Dainty. And Dainty held up.
Goal line drop up. Thanks, mate.
That's great defence again, but I think he made an error by trying to drive his body towards that line. He should have just understood that he wasn't going to make it, drop short and give his team another opportunity. But again, you have to credit that defence.
We're not stopping for his cramp. Let's play.
Dainty, another current student at St George's College, Weybridge. Well, that's how you do it. Sam Owen, no footwork, just straight over the man. And the big bodies of the Engines make the going tough around the fringes. Dainty gets treated anything but daintily by the shoulders of the Yorkshireman, and a little juggle just as things look like they may be opening up for Charlie Gavin. Sees the opportunity spurned.
Still got time for the scrum. Still got time for the scrum.
That's a lovely bit of play. First time in a long time Old Georgians have been able to find that outside decoy of the short line, and probably just looked up and saw the space in front of him and got a little bit too excited too early.
Crouch. Bind. Just couldn't get a bind this side, and then you engage. He couldn't get a bind, that's why they slipped. Let's go again.
3 seconds.
It's been a really good bit of sustained pressure by Old Georgians. Just being camped in the opposition half for the last 5-6 minutes now.
Crouch.
Just trying to build their own little bit of momentum.
Bind. Please don't do that. There's clear space, don't pull out late like that, that's dangerous.
3 seconds. 3 seconds. Push.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Potentially into the final play of the half, and all the time wasting and the resets mean that Engines survive a late onslaught from the Old Georgians, and the maroon and white hoops have it all to do in the second half. It's the boys in blues on top as Old Otliensians lead Old Georgians 21 points to 7 at half-time.
Thanks, mate. All good.
Welcome back, everybody. 40 minutes from greatness for either Old Georgians or Old Otliensians, who kick off in blue to the team. They lead by 21 points to 7. Old Georgians played 20 minutes of the first half with 14. 2 ill-advised yellow cards. What can they do with 15 on the field for the remaining 40? They're in the ascendancy late in that first half, but Georgians stood firm. Dainty, who's been a lively participant since arriving from the bench. Jack Gilligan almost loses the ball. The stealing instincts were sharp from Georgians, but how about that for a carry from Ben Watt? Front foot ball for Georgians as they just insert Francesco Grosso into the hole off the shoulder. Dainty, part of that under-18 Vars semi-final team for St George's, who went down in the semi-final at Aylesbury Rugby Club. That look forward from Grosso, but Harrowell won't complain. OGs travel from the base. Pegley lifted over the top. Watts, dummy, offload, and Gavin sees the ball slip from his grip. And a promising passage comes to an unsatisfactory conclusion for the OGs.
Really promising passage of play. They started the game off really brightly, and they've started this second half off. Really good carries, getting on the front foot. Yeah, definitely 4 for me, I think. But again, some really positive carries from the halfway, allowing them to get over the gain line, but probably just doing a little bit too much in this space. Could have kept it simple, and I think they would have got a better reward from it.
Well, that angle shows that I was a little unfair on Gavin there. Don't think anyone can expect to catch a bullet on the tip of their nose from 1 metre. Almost, though, almost gathered it in. Good pressure on the clearance, but boy, what a clearance, given the pressure and the angle. OGs to build from around 35 metres from the Georgians line.
Still a good, really good position for them to attack from in the opposition half. Just allow them to build on the start that they've made to this second 40. They're playing really well offline, getting on the front foot, but it's just that third phase where they play off 10. They probably just need to flatten up a fraction just to beat the drift of Old Otliensians.
Well, they've gone to the well plenty of times, have Old Georgians, throughout this cup campaign. It was extra time against Worth Old Boys in the second round, and now it's Reece Johnson. Little room to go, and only Howarth around him, who shows that he can do the business in defence as well as attack. It's been a really physical game from both sides. And Monty Harrowell adding to that reputation. That is a cannon of a clearance, and Dainty gets himself into a pickle in his 22. OGs need to be sharp here. Watts weaving his way down the short side. Watts very much one of the talismen of this OG side. Pegley been good when on the field. Now Gavin has the ball in his hands, hops, skips, releases Johnson. Johnson breaks through the first tackle, but it's a double defensive effort, including the vice-captain Bentley. How on earth did Martin hold on to that? Georgians living by their wits and really rolling a risky attacking dice. Interesting use of advantage.
Interesting decision. I think that probably sums up their attack at the moment. Just need a little bit more patience. This is a monstrous kick though. You always want to try and find grass, and he goes over Dainty's head, and then he's chasing back, expecting it to go out of play.
I watch it at the moment. I actually think you're going through the space that they're not even contesting in.
But a bit down a blind alley, and how Martin holds onto that absolute rocket, fired back at him.
Come off, sir. All good?
Held on and stayed in.
Yeah, no easy feat in. I think Howard's done really well to marshal this. Johnson's got on the ball a couple more times on this right wing, and Howard's matched him.
Ready? Okay. Just here. Tight wedge. Tight wedge. Time on. Knock on from good. Walk on, boys. Walk in. Crouch. Shoot. Bind. Set.
A solid platform as Dainty picks and lifts to Ellis. Ellis back on the ball, the double wrap around. He had so many options, maybe too many because he hesitated in making his selection. Jack Gilligan's got through a mountain of work in the second row today. Watts, low slung centre of gravity. Pegley barrels his way round the corner. Watts has to shift his feet, and boy does he shift. Now the captain Johnson orchestrating his big forwards around him. Now he wants his backs. He brings in Gavin, who throws out a stiff end and scrambled his way through. Gavin for the line. Gavin wrestles the ball down. It was desperate defence from Georgians, but Charlie Gavin wouldn't be denied. And the man who's sitting his A-levels next week comes up with an A-star finish at the Allianz.
It's almost a heroic effort by Bateman to stop him from putting that ball down, but just playing a little bit flat to the line, using the decoy. But he still has so much work to do. Beats 3 defenders.
Thank you.
And then has the wherewithal to find the line after Bateman tries to hold him up.
Yes.
Johnson drills the conversion through the sticks. It is just rewards for the OG start to this second half, and Amber is very much game on.
Very much game on. Old Georgians showed promise in that first half, but they just weren't patient enough with their attack, so lots of unforced errors, lots of offloads not going to hand, but things are starting to stick in this second 14. We've got a game on our hands.
And just what you want as a forward, as a coach, a nice tidy exit beyond the halfway.
Yeah, it's crucial in a game. You've just taken yourself within 1 score, and then the next job you have to do is have a clear exit, and that is a great kick back into the opposition half.
Straight to him. Straight to him. He's only tried to throw it down the channel. Scrum on. Scrum. Huh? Went 5, but he can't go 2. He's still got to be straight. Can't throw it at him. He went straight to him. Can't stand and take it.
I think the old Otliensians forwards coach has had a lot of fun this week. They've had a couple of line-out defensive plays where they've stepped off, changing the picture. A couple of trick plays up their sleeve.
Crouch. Bind.
Come on, back down.
Set.
Old Otliensians living off attacking scraps at the moment as OGs fill their boots with ball in hand once more.
Hands on the floor first.
Continuing round to the left, Watts is full of beans. Slips it off the 4, Pegley's out there, Martin slings the offload, Dainty's on the shoulder, and Georgians are into the 22 once more. Watts weaving into the challenges. The tackle comes high as Watts went low to the ground, but a barnstorming back row break from Monty Harrowell is repelled at the last gasp. Johnson gets ended with a big right shoulder. There's so many maroon and white hoop jerseys, but it's the live wire, Electric Alice,
Red, who went into that clash, is down.
who steals across from 3 metres, and this final is being flipped on its head by a rejuvenated old Georgians. Their 3rd try and a conversion to come to level the match.
Ellis had a big part to play in their first try of the match. Made a really similar snipe and then found Reynolds off the floor with a little pop, but you can just see he's having a little look up, keeping his eyes on the defence, and they're just shifting out early. Phipps wants to cover the outside and, like any good 9, just takes the gap.
15 blue, Mark.
Yep, right.
But a shout out for Ben Watts. He seems to be absolutely everywhere for this old Georgian side.
Yes.
Johnson shapes the conversion inside the left upright. And old Georgians have drawn level. 21 points all. Grosso collects slow on his toes, and there is a demonstrable pep in the Georgian step, isn't there? Old Otliensians, the hits that they were making that were dominant all of a sudden are yielding meters for the maroon hoops. So many numbers queuing up on this short side. They are working those narrow channels well, and Dainty is growing ever prominent in all the good stuff. Engines.
You've got advantage already, man.
Race up, offside of the back feet. There's already a penalty advantage for the OGs. Goes to ground, Martin.
Nothing.
Dribbles the kick through. The race is on, and Tierney gets there first. Engines really scrambling, looking ragged.
Still backward.
But OG's still with 25 metres to go, a show and go, and Dainty was there if he knew he was on his right.
There's lots of space in the backfield. If they can have a little look up.
Pegley. No way through for the big prop. Grosso. Dainty. Drives on. Oh, that wasn't the ball that Watts wanted. You give it to him at chest height, and he's storming through. but it just died on the back row as he arrived at velocity.
So many good things about this passage of play, and it's unfortunate it finished with that one there. You would have bet on Watts going over from that range at the pace he hit that line at, but they're starting to really find their groove, find their flow. The offloads that were going to floor in the first half are starting to stick. And Old Otliensians, they were really connected again in that first half, that defence. Like you say, putting the big shots in, driving Old Georgians back, but they're just starting to get a little bit disjointed because of the pace the Old Georgians are putting on their attack now.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Stay square. Stay square.
Old Otliensians, first crumb of possession in an attacking sense, all half, and they almost break the Georgian line. That'll remind them that they've still got the skill and they've got the talents to score points. It will feel a long time ago since Will Howarth completed that hat-trick. Interesting kick, Mark called.
Get 10.
And Engines, they just need a bit of time on the ball, really, don't they? They need to get some phases under their belt if they can.
Let's play, please.
Yeah, and I think this kick from Martin, he's shown how well he can carry the ball in the first half, and he's got lucky with the result of that kick, but it just seemed like he could run that back and really build the pressure on Otliensians. They want to clear, they wanted to have that break where they took the mark, but just get back at them and be relentless, force them to feel that pressure for even longer.
I'm good, how are you? 16 minutes. Absolutely. It is, yeah. Yep. It's good for.
Full stretch isn't good enough, but it's batted back to the OG side.
No, you won't push him in there.
Pegley loses the ball backwards.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, he's got all the time in the world. He's bouncing around like he's Cheslin. That is tough on Engines, who look to have locked down.
Your hands were on the ground first. Oh, great, sorry, sir. All good.
Harrowell, the back row working hard for the Old Georgians. Gavin asked to extend his fingertips just a centimetre too long. Howarth goes back inside. Just the scrum advantage for Engines to work with here.
No advantage.
But no advantage coming as Harry Bentley has a couple of nibbles on the floor. And they may still be in their half, but you feel that they've disrupted some of that Georgian flow.
Yeah, they just found a little bit more connection, less just disjointed in defence, forcing the errors again, and they just need one play to take them out of their half, to relieve that pressure, to turn the tap, and then they can start to build their game that they did so well for the first 40 minutes.
Let's go, boys! Let's lift it now! Crouch. Shoot. Bind. Set. Square. Square.
The backs released. And too much pressure on the pass. Tipped backwards though. And Isaac Gilson mops up the mess.
Get out of there, 7!
Engines with a few carries to rediscover their groove, but it's spilt forward, and Grosso is the latest forward to show us his footwork. Pins Engines back. Would you have held on to that, Amber?
I think potentially would have held on to that one, but we look a lovely little wraparound play. Bentley's just a little bit too flat as he gets the ball out the back, allowing the defence to push up. But what I would like to see is Howarth working off his left wing to offer an extra number. We've seen how quick he is and how much pace he has. Can he add more to that right-hand side as they go open?
Red's got advantage.
Stolen. The ball was intended for Neil, but it falls in the hands of the OGs. Pegley just attracts blue jerseys. He's such a big man. They want to stop him at source. Johnson miscontrols it, but not forward. Crucially so. Dabbed over the top. Do you know what? Had the angle been a bit straighter, it would have worked out for Martin.
Really good awareness. Again, 15 up for Old Otliensians in their 22. That far out from the line, you probably need someone to be covering that backfield space, and they were lucky with the bounce then. It just travelled away from Martin rather than towards the touchline.
PJ closing that gap, mate. Yeah, I saw. Thanks, mate. Wait. Two's good. Has the ball. Hands away, Blue!
Old Georgians find themselves penalised on the floor.
Red 4. Holding on.
And Old Otliensians survive another scare.
Inside, Mark. Yeah.
Well, a modest touch finder from Jake Bentley, but it will be a throw into the Yorkshireman.
When it's off the top, yeah. You need to stay the 2 metres until it goes.
Two great turnovers in quick succession, one from each side. But again, it's the number 10s doing the work at the breakdown.
The lifted man missed, but fortunately Harry Wales on hand. Just the fluency of Engians has been stifled by the OGs in this half, but they've still got threats. Oh, they've had their pockets picked, and now it's a race to the paint in the left-hand corner. Sam Owen halted 5 metres shy. Ben Watts gets swarmed by blue jerseys. He's been so lethal all game. The turnover's good, but a high tackle had previously been made.
Number 9, come here, please.
Must have been some team talk at half-time.
Work with me, please, okay? You have the advantage, you've got it here, okay? What's the reference for having help? Just back here, please. Time's on.
PJ, you have a word with the blue captain, though. That's 3 down in this area, mate, for highs.
On the line. Tackle height in this area is getting higher. We must reduce it.
Oh, I think that's a tough call. It looked like his knees were on the floor, no release. So I think Old Georgians have got away with one there.
Gilligan claims it in the skies, and the Old Georgians rampage to the line. And it's the man who has owned the skies of Twickenham all afternoon, Jack Gilligan, who rises from the bottom of the heap. And the Old Georgians take the lead for the first time in this final.
They've learnt from that first half. Old Otliensians stepping off again, but this time they don't transfer the ball. Gilligan keeps it in his hands and dots it down for probably one of his easiest tries.
1 and 9 blue will be leaving the field, just to let you know, after kick. 1 and 9 blue.
1 and 9.
Correct, yeah.
No.
Oh, Matt Johnson,
Blue 1.
the cries from the West
1 and
End
9 change.
gave us an
1 and
inkling
9.
that it may be straight and
Number 1
true,
and
but
number
for the
9
first
starts.
time,
Number 1 and number 9.
he misses from the tee, but for the first time, The old Georgians are on top on the scoreboard.
You're making a couple of changes. Just wait, you're making a couple of changes.
And it's all because of one of their newest members.
Okay, thank you, let's play.
He's the only man to have played every game this season, utterly integral in the engine room. Jack Gilligan.
Tackle!
There is just aggression and vigour increased tenfold from the old Georgians in this second half.
I'd like to know what was said in those huddles at half-time, because they look like a completely different team.
But little errors like that can sometimes be a mini turning point. Engines with a bit of fresh blood onto the field. Rob Lofthouse, his second time playing at Twickenham. Can he bring the experience of a man who knows what it feels like
4 and 6
to lift silverware
off the field? 4 and 6.
4 and 6
at this great stadium? Well, it's the last act of Jack Gilligan is scoring the try, and Monty Harrowell as well, who has been outstanding. The baby-faced assassin, they call him.
They just changed it up.
And 18 and 8, Albie Condren and Lyle Reynolds back into the fray.
Time's on. Crouch. Bind. Set. And then.
Pressure on the 9, but clean service for Engians to run at will.
No 18.
The Jackal denied, so Lofthouse chips it away. The captain Bentley, the vice-captain Bentley, looking to carry his team forward. There's George Martin, the replacement hooker. It's a cute kick. Howarth told to get after it. Martin's there and he fights hard to stay in field.
Off of blue.
And it's come off blue.
Red line out off of blue into touch. Just there, please.
Just mixing it up, really lovely weighted left-footed kick. Makes Martin have to play the ball.
Inside.
That's a great spot by the assistant.
Thank you.
He's done well there. But again, great backfield coverage from old Georgians. We saw it a lot in that first half, just sweeping the ball up off the floor.
Maintain your own space for me. Just open the
He's
gap.
managed to keep it in and earn his team a line out.
5-point game. Just under 15 minutes remaining. And the hookers all over one another. Great battle between Grosso and Gilson. Pegley goes in at half-back. I think he's a Fijian playmaker born in a prop's body, isn't he? Pegley loves ball in hand, bit of footwork and dummies and whatnot. Engians though, to their vice-captain Bentley. 2 tries in the semi-final. What one would do now to the big one, the biggest one. Cowdell, another try scorer against Tewkesbury, and he's going to do it at the home of England Rugby all alone. The big man of old Otliensians has taken the responsibility to drag his team back into this final on his own back.
By his own standards, after the first 30, he's probably been a little bit quiet, but he's come up trumps for his team there.
2 Reds will be leaving the field as well, PJ.
Physicality up front to beat the first Ireland defence, and then a lovely right-footed step to round the fullback and get his team back in the mix.
Well, it says in my notes He was in the backs, but realised his body is made for the forwards, but it was all about the elusive feat of a man who's worn a number north of 8 for much of his life. And this is a huge kick for Jake Bentley to take the lead. And he is lasered it through the uprights. A fist pump to the rapturous crowd. And Jake Bentley and Luke Cowdell have stepped up when old Otliensians needed them most.
You're going right, yeah?
Keep it up, PJ, last 10.
Time on. Yeah, let's go.
Eleven and a half minutes to go of this enthralling contest, and you won't see a better time hit from a kickoff chase than that. Otliensians scampering through just the narrowest of gaps. Oh, and then a hint of a potential intercept. It was batted up on this occasion by Sam Owen, and a scrum to old Otliensians.
That was more like a genuine intercept attempt than the couple that they had in that first half, but I think it was an important intervention. Old Otliensians were starting to build there. A lovely break by Gilson, just glides through the gap.
But the Engians fans are really getting behind their boys now. Looking to raise the metaphorical roof here at Twickenham. The Yorkshiremen, who've toiled all half, now find themselves with a slender 2-point advantage. And most importantly, they find themselves with the ball in hand, with momentum. It has been an all-out defensive drill for the boys in blue since the teams emerged from the half-time huddles. Old Georgians have been making hay, but now the longest and loosest caterpillar that we've seen all weekend forms a pick and go, and Cowdell has it stuck up his jumper too. Eves
inside 50.
On an angle, Martin allows the ball to bounce twice and he gets gobbled up, shovels it to the replacement, Alex Rolfe. And it's on for old Georgians if they back themselves. Sam Owen tries to travel through the blue bodies, now they probe down the short side.
Foul play on blue 16. Shoulder charge.
Shoulder charge. There's going to be some repercussions here for George Martin. Just a penalty though. The instruction from the assistant. It's on for old Georgians. Gavin sells the dummy. Sides back through the middle looking for help. Instead finds a bruising hit from Sydney Dojan Wood. Dainty has the ball strip. Fly hat through. It's harem scarum stuff. The game completely broken up. And a penalty to Engians. Surely the old Georgians go quick now. There's nobody at home for old Otliensians.
Tackle complete, holding on. Do you have the kick?
Number 8 red to leave the field, PJ. Number 8 red.
8 red replacement, 8. Time's off.
It's getting loose out there now, lots of gaps opening up, tired bodies.
Let me know I can go, Matt.
But great chase, good kick through, but he has to let that ball go, get to his feet before he can pick it up and run off.
Hold on.
It's a great call from the ref, and great speed as well.
Time on, 5 man.
To be on the scene to make that call. Josh Million is on. Again, no engagement from old Otliensians, and old Georgians, they've just not found the answer to the Engians' small defence. It has puzzled them all game. The only joy they got was from Gilligan's try.
PJ, Red would like to make another substitution, just to let you know.
Where you guys go?
Let me know when you're happy. 3.
Okay, we'll do it the line-up now.
Yeah, sure.
3, 3, 3. You're getting changed, buddy. Time's off.
Henry Pegley is departing the field.
Time's off, just wait, please.
7 minutes left. I mean, there are a few twists and turns left in this, you feel. Sheldon Cummings
Time
on to the field, almost single-handedly propped this club up over the last 4 or 5 seasons. His 98th appearance for the club and the biggest 7 minutes of his life in an old Georgian jersey.
Now.
Old Otliensians have so many numbers. It's a case of who do they pick, and Howard is a good bet. Howard to be the hero. Charlie. Will Howard has been so quiet all second half. But you're given an inch and he'll give you a try. And Will Howard, not content with a first half hat-trick, has a 4th and maybe the championship ceiling try.
Lovely spot, and as a winger with that much pace, all you want is for your inside players to give you the ball early, give you that one-on-one opportunity, and he dances down the touchline. Dummies the kick, but takes the man on with ball in hand, and he is absolutely electric.
I'll be all right, thank you.
Yes.
Jake Bentley has the coolest head in West London. A kick that he knew would take the contest to a 2-score game, and he nails it. Old Georgians, having fought so hard, having wrestled their way not just back, but into the lead, now staring down the barrel of a 9-point deficit and time running out.
You'll have another minute when we hit 40 on there. They didn't stop it when I did.
Such an important conversion. His one before was from the touchline, but it just means that old Georgians have to score twice. And you can see they're throwing everything at it, and it's just not sticking for them.
Bind. Set. 9, wait there, good work.
Well, that play has just delivered so much get-go for them. Will Cooper arriving at pace off the short ball. Another bruising carry. And Engines full of vim and vigour. And you have to commend the fitness of their front row as well, who kept going relentlessly throughout the match.
3, let go. 3, let go.
Old Georgians need to get a wriggle on here. Luke Exley, the captain. losing his shorts. Old Georgians to the line. They have got around about somewhere between 3 and 2 minutes to go. Tom Williams, he made his 50th appearance for the club in April, finds his preferred lifter. It's not the pass that Watts wanted. And you just feel now that that is the ball game. Engines just need to preserve possession. And you can see by the flurry of activity around that breakdown, this isn't going any wider.
Last minute now, people.
Yeah, got it, thank you.
Than that ruck. 60 seconds to play. Bit of confusion. Bentley, who's impeccable goal kicking, may well just be the difference. He's the reason that Old Georgians need 2 scores now. Howarth, though, is there. And Old Otliensians are going to repeat the feat of 2018 when they won the Junior Vars against South Molton here. They posted the video of that match on socials this year to inspire the new generation. Watts, who is so unworthy of finishing on the losing side, loses the ball as he's fouled, and it is heartbreak for the Old Georgians, and it is ecstasy for Old Otliensians. And that man on his knees with his arms aloft for Old Georgians will be Will the Heartbreaker Howarth, but for Old Otliensians it is Will the Hero Howarth. 4 tries in a championship final at the Allianz Stadium. Old Otliensians have won an epic. They claim the County 3 and below championship crown at Allianz Stadium, Twickenham.
Put up, fine. Excellent job. Put up, excellent. Put up. Put up, skipper. Okay, put up. Put up. Congratulations. Congratulations, lads. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Congratulations. 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 Well done. Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations. Excellent. Well done.
Welcome everybody to the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham, for the second final instalment of our four-part series coming to you this Sunday. And it is the Women's Junior Cup that lays ahead of us. And the Buckingham Swans ladies second team in green, ready to receive the kickoff from the Winscombe ladies in black. A club affectionately known as the Somerset All Blacks. But these Winscombe Warriors are coming with the intention of emerging with cup glory here at the Allianz Stadium today. Victory over Colchester in the semi-finals has carried them here today, whilst for the Buckingham Swans women, it has been a season of unbelievable growth, having toiled in the first few seasons since being formed in 2021-22. They are here at a final and looking to write their names into the young club history. Well, claimed quite fabulously by the captain, Hannah Watkinson, who is in the centres today with Bella Petit. And a cloudy start to the day has been broken up by some glorious sun. And speaking of glorious, we've enjoyed a really fabulous final just before. And there's going to be two more to come later on today. Red Rose World Cup winner Amber Reid is still by my side, and she will be admiring the classy handling of the Swans, who are really putting a bit of air on this. Nice bit of fast service, or certainly intent, from Abby Cockton.
Really lovely bit of continuity here from the Swans, mixing up forwards and backs play, predominantly using their pack to make a few dents in the Winscombe defence at the moment.
Well, the initial carry was from Nick Willem, and then it's Rosie Haig, the other second row, who travels back into traffic, but the pressure on the press forces a handling error from the Swans, and the Warriors set upon it. Tap and go. Winscombe looking to play with a spring in their step. Three Swans converge on the woman in black.
Advantage.
Still, Winscombe look to target the right-hand side. A spin out of the tackle from Lily Reeves. And now it's Emily Whitmarsh. Whitmarsh swallowed up by the fullback Kelly Gell.
No advantage at the side.
And it was a great jackal attempt, but there had been an earlier infringement where there was penalty advantage.
Winscombe intent from the off, not going for touch, but looking for that quick tap.
And going for points, Emily Whitmarsh. Races over from the right wing. We haven't seen too many penalty attempts all weekend, Amber, let alone with the first penalty of the game.
Yeah, I think we only saw one yesterday with the last kick of the game, but very decisive. She knew exactly what she wanted to do, Whitmarsh off her wing, and that's what you want as a captain, for your kicker to stand up and say, I've got this.
Yes.
The dream start for Whitmarsh and Winscombe, the team that was reformed only last season. Starts their final successfully from the tee, and they lead 3-0 with around about the same number of minutes played.
And virtually no possession as well. Bucks doing all the initial play, moving the ball left and right. They just couldn't get over the gain line to gain any real inroads into the Winscombe defence.
Kickoff lands tantalisingly in the no man's land, and a couple of bounces fall kindly for the Swans. The Warriors really unforgivably allowing that ball to bounce, and they're paying the price as they're into defensive mode again. But it looks like Liv Gillians doesn't mind a bit of defence. A lusty blow from the outside centre, and now out to Amelie Anstead. The sevens flyer, but not enough room for the pace of Anstead to punish Winscombe, but an early sight of the ambition to get it out to their edge women.
Great whip from the far touchline, that pod off 9, getting to the 15, which just opens up that field of play. And then a lovely fix and give off the edge to give Anstead that space down the left-hand touchline.
Stolen in the skies by the Swans and played for by Caris Coletta. Cocton to Coletta, slips through the hands. Oh, wow! There was a huge shot and somehow Emily Cook rode it out.
If Swans can look up now, there is no one occupying the 22 for Winscombe. Lots of space, and they've got the penalty advantage.
Still got penalty advantage.
Charlie, stay where you are. There. Yeah.
High tackle 8. Yep, right, left hands.
Tap and go, plenty of tempo and attacking ambition, and some gorgeous feet from Bella Petit.
Got to roll away first.
No roll from Winscombe, and the Swans
Got to roll away first.
want to go quick, but then they decide for a more pragmatic approach.
Let's go then, Green, please.
Cocton to her big carrying prop forward, Maya Gell. It's aggressive carrying, isn't it, from the Swans? Now the second rows are injected. Rosie Haig. Slow ball. Calls for the forwards to cluster. Emily Cook, we've already seen her abrasive nature. Now Katie Upton tries to forge ahead. Ball is available despite Molly Chidze getting trapped in the bottom. Tapped. Gone. Oh, it's a good low here on Annabelle Ramsey. Swans queuing up out left. They travel right and they are swallowed by the big shoulder of Chidze.
Still got penalty advantage.
Haig. Upton.
She's stuck.
Just a glance to the right, a dart to the left, but still not there. The Winscombe Warriors are not having any of this pick and go action. There's numbers queuing up out left if Haig can see. Flips it out the back. Once more into the hands of Petit, who belies her diminutive frame to bully her way across the paint for the first try of the final.
She's had a really bright start to this game. Beat a couple of defenders in the initial carry, which really set the Swans up for that attack and sustained pressure. Big left foot step. She just keeps her leg drive going. There's plenty of defenders there to stop her. And then has the awareness to dot the ball down over the try line. Anstead on this left-hand side, though, was furiously waving her hands in the air for about 2 minutes before the ball came out.
Yes.
Now that's one of the conversions of the day. Zara Martin matching the exploits of her opposite number, Emily Whitmarsh, by splitting the poles, and the Buckingham Swans ladies seconds lead 7-3 with 8.5 minutes gone. Wonderful. Sharp claim from Coletta there. Up at full extension. A netballer as well, demonstrating those transferable skills. And teaches PE in a primary school as well. I'm sure that all the kids will be tuning in and seeing that Miss is practicing what she preaches. Haig.
Advantage.
Been pretty busy so far.
You've got to roll away for her to compete. You've got to roll away for you to compete.
Winscombe need to tidy up their tackle area. They're making good shots, but you have to roll away a little bit quicker, and the referee's going to start to get frustrated with them if they don't fix it soon, because that's a couple of penalties for the same thing that they've been pinged for.
Mark.
Brilliant take over the shoulder, above the head.
Just got to show you those at the back.
And then here, just again, really good aggressive tackle, but needs to be a bit quicker, especially if a jackal is going to come in to try and steal the ball.
Tough though, isn't it? Tough. Couldn't have rolled out any quicker, but more punished by how good the jackal was and how quick the arrival. Winscombe on the ball, and Chidsey powers on ahead. Well, there's real life in the heels of Liv Gillians. Love that head on a swivel from Aisling Kelway. Alive to the opportunity around the fringes. Now it's Maggie Richards. Good clear out arriving from Chidsey. This is Molly Cornell-Young. And their second row partner, Michelle Fox.
Turn over and move fine. Coming back from that side.
On me, Charlie, 15.
15, thank you.
Tell you what, there's no lack of physicality out there, is there?
Definitely not. Some big shots going in. Lots of competition at the breakdown. I think the difference between the two sides at the moment, Winscombe are carrying, but they're very much one out, and they're getting a little bit isolated, which is opening up the opportunity for the Swans to come in and jackal that ball. Conversely, the Swans just have a pod of 3 or 4, so the supports there are a fraction quicker.
Outside. Back in, take the line for me. On the line, girl. How many? Line is yours. Taken back in.
Carried back in by the Swans who disrupt that line out the Winscombe. We're throwing into. Tell you what, the breakdown is a real battle. Winscombe going very hard and getting the rewards. Tap and go. Love this style of play from the Winscombe Warriors. Oh, Katie Britt upended. Delivered safely to the deck though. All legal but tough stuff. Whitmarsh was out there. That was less legal. Beyond the horizontal. And there may be a price to pay for the Swans. Whitmarsh holds on despite the rip coming in. Now it's Richards. She gets clobbered by Leisha Burgess. Few numbers out here. Couple of black jerseys, a bounce inside from Lily Reeves. But she can't break the tackle.
Still got penalty advantage.
Richards. She's the latest to be taken airborne in a tackle from the Swans. The penalties mounting up here against the Swans. And the numbers stacking up for the Warriors. Desperate defence from the women in green. It'll all be to no avail because the penalty's coming. One bounce from Anna Manuel.
Ball's available.
And they're as close as they've been. Kelway travels one step just to fix the defence, and then Haig is the latest to tackle high. Nice hit, feet from Liberty Nunn. An intentional knockdown. I mean, take your pick of the indiscretions there. The Buckingham Swans have got to get their act together.
That's one thing you can't do in your red zone. You can't continue to compound penalties.
Captain, green.
The referee loses patience very quickly in this area.
Hannah. Okay, and we're going 2 green. 2. 2 green. 2. 2, Emily. 2. Okay. You've had multiple. You've had a tip. You've had an offside. And you've had others in this one here as well. Multiple in this area, too many. She's going in the bin. What's she done? What's she done? She was the offside one.
Emily Cook shakes her head, but really you can't disagree with the sheer volume of penalties that the Swans gave up there. First season at Buckingham Swans and sent for 10 in the bin.
Ladies, I said hold on, time's not on.
At the Allianz Stadium final.
Sorry.
We're going to come back for this,
Sorry, I turned the wrong
this set play move. They mix it up and go left. They go to hands. They bounce inside, drive to the line, and it's a wonderful slingshot out the back, but it's held up. Epic defence. Last-ditch delight. How on earth did Kelly Gell do that?
What a wonderful bit of play. Love this from Winscombe. Narrow defence from the Swans. Potentially could have gone one earlier, but slides low, gets underneath the ball. It looked like a certain try.
Winscombe with the bit between their teeth, hurtling at the hole, but the pass doesn't stick.
The 13s from either team have had a really good start to this game, hitting hard lines, beating defenders, trying to get their team on the front foot, but unfortunately for Gillians, just couldn't stick in her hands there, but that was a wonderful off-the-shoulder line.
She's hooking. No, you're sending somebody on for it.
No, sending 17 to hook.
There's your mark, ladies.
Maya Gell,
There's your mark.
wearing 17, has been deployed in place of Rune Finken. And that will be a temporary one, just while the yellow card is served.
Reset, late.
It's always tough when you see a player going off as a result of a yellow card and someone else having to come on to fill that front row position, so I feel for her in this case.
Maya Gell, by the way, playing for Cardiff Met University Women's Rugby and also England Deaf. And for Cardiff Met, it's a very exciting time, having claimed the Bucks Super Rugby crown, the first ever Welsh side to do so, male or female. What a programme to be in, led by Lisa Newton. A loose cross field, gets scooped up by Winscombe, who goes swerving through the Swans. Oh, it was there for Petit, but knocked it forward in the act.
There's your mark, ladies.
Lovely support play by Winscombe, picking up the loose kick. It's just a bit of an onslaught at the moment, keeping hold of possession, lots of continuity in their attack. and Swans can't seem to exit their half.
Balls at the back.
Amy Godwin pulling the strings, wrapping around. It's intricate stuff, but Petit stops it in its tracks. Katie Britt can't quite battle her way free. She's there on the short side, but then has to launch herself into the breakdown, and Ansted's away. Cute kick too. Winscombe are back in numbers, and they're back at pace.
Okay, no, now 11, thank you.
And they're back building from their 10-metre line.
Brett's in the tackle, that's it.
Molly Cornell-Young sees herself lose the ball. Haig needs to get this free. Oh, it's a beautiful pass round the back of the tackle. And Zara Martin is going to zip across for the Swans seconds.
If Kelway looked up after this regather on the right-hand side, she would have seen Marge out on her own in 15 metres, but the Swans regather the ball. Hayes carried well so far, frees both hands in the contact. And Martin with the pace to finish for her team. They're down to 14, but that's going to be a really important score, and they need to make the most of the time on the clock with this kick as well.
Martin, the try scorer, is playing for Bucks 18s last year. Makes no mistake from right in front. She maximises her own try. And the Buckingham Swans seconds lead Winscombe 14 points to 3.
When you're ready. Yeah. Backwards.
And all of this done with 14 players on the park. Green grass found, a tumble through. Emily Whitmarsh is there.
All good.
But so too Kelly Gell and Zara Martin. They do outstandingly well to stay in field.
That was an excellent kick by Coletta, just moving a team up the pitch.
Smart hands. Bella Petit is taking names out there.
Advantage 13.
Hunting women in black. Nice inside ball. Don't run it down Haig's channel, or you'll get the treatment. Petit double teaming with Annabelle Ramsey.
Use it! Advantage high.
Fend offered
17.
out by Maggie
Okay.
Richards. And there was a slip high. Off go Winscombe.
No hands!
Wow, I mean, that is some
Left foot
turnover.
first on
Oh, that would have been so marginal.
I think that was a great bit of defensive play, in quick over the ball. The speed she got there was phenomenal. See that big hit again. She doesn't overcommit to the outside player and follow the pass. She holds firm, gets her shoulder in the way.
You girls are going to compete, but I need the first tackler to roll away and out the way. Your 13 gave away advantage down there because you rolled straight back on top of the ruck. She needs to roll out
big
the way.
dummy.
If you want to compete for this ball.
Kelway shows her pace, and I think for me, that's a tough call. Could have gone either way.
Okay, all good. Tackle, release, 3, release.
Winscombe, his urgency from the back line and from Godwin, who skates through, links up with a danger woman from depth, searing ahead Katie Britt.
No hands. Sargent offside 13.
Oh, Aisling Kelway is dangerous, but that should have gone wider sooner. Anstead steps in and slams Michelle Fox.
No advantage. Okay, 1 against 13. If she does anything else, she's going in the bin. 13 offside. 1-3.
Tell you what, they're not favourable to the whistle at the moment from Charlotte Eggleton.
So when you're ready.
Beautiful pass over the top. Oh, it just sort of fell between Liberty Nunn and Annabelle Manuel and offside as well.
It was almost a carbon copy of the try they scored before from the penalty.
And they picked it up offside.
Decide to go wide. Oh, here's the offload on the break. Wonderful play, arcing run, big fend. But Bella Petit again with an absolute try-saving tackle for her team. And then Winscombe again choosing to go wide off this play, but unfortunately just dropped short. And they compound that with the offside penalty.
There's your mark, ladies. Okay. Yeah, quick, ladies, hold. The marks are. You good? Yeah. Let's go, please, Buckingham.
The big wind-up from Maya Chell there.
Please, ladies, let's go.
Late arrival from Cara Shrewsbury. And the Swans are off and away. And they are going Route 1 through Leisha Burgess.
No hands. She went back.
Lovely pass, and oh, it had beaten the press, hadn't it? Just a nice little drift from Maya Chell, but she couldn't hold on to the pass.
Substitution, please, green 1.
Lovely little bit of footwork.
Substitution, green 1.
Just takes her outside that defender who wants to fly up, and it's unfortunate because she was through a massive hole. But Swans are doing really well at the breakdown, but the clearers need to come in and push past the ball. At the moment, it's just getting a little bit stuck, and Goxton's having to go in and dig for it, which means that the carry then becomes harder. They need to speed up their ruck, and then that will allow them to get on the front foot.
Now Burgess takes a break. Emily Cook is reinstated, who's come through the Loughborough Centre of Excellence.
Sorry.
And runs a forest school. We're not playing rugby. My son goes to a forest school.
Looks like great fun.
Does look like good fun. Does look like good fun. Not around in my day.
Bind. Set.
And she is right at the heart of a dominant scrum that sees the ball emerge on the side of the Swans.
That's out.
Ball is out. Gel against the grain, back into the heavy traffic, and a heavy hit to greet her. Haig, very, very industrious in the second row. Oh, it's a gift from Caris Coletta to Liv Gillians. And that is just what the Winscombe Warriors needed. She scored in every game apart from one this season, but she wasn't going to let a final at Allianz pass her by without getting her name on the score sheet.
And she's threatened a couple of times in this game so far. She's come hot out the line. Winscombe defensively have been so strong, putting Swans under pressure and just playing a little bit too flat on the outside, and she reads the pass so well.
Yeah.
The extras come dependably from Emily Whitmarsh. And Winscombe are back to within sight of the Buckingham Swans. 14 points to 10.
I think Swans will be frustrated with that. They rode out that yellow card period so well. Scoring a try, being 7-0 up in that 10 minutes, and then to go back to 15 players and let Winscombe in.
We can substitute black.
Sorry? Time's up. You want to make subs, yeah?
Okay.
She's up. Did they want to make subs or not? Are we making?
We're making subs. We've got 3 of them.
A raft of replacements in black come bounding onto the field. Lily Reeves is coming off.
We had 2 come off. Who's the 3rd?
Molly Cornell-Young.
We've only had 2 off, or have we had 3 off?
And we've got Lauren Hodgkinson is one of the players on. I think there's a bit of arithmetic going on out there to make sure that there's 15 and not 16. Yeah.
Number 2.
Yeah, you need to make way, Jess Briggs.
Okay. Time's back on. When you're ready. Right.
Absolutely bang on the money, that restart.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, Kat Briggs is there. And she gets battered the second she takes it. There's Michelle Fox getting through yet more work. Second layer brought in to the equation. They want to get it to the likes of Katie Britt and Liv Gillies. They look lethal, don't they? They look really dangerous runners, those centres.
They've gained metres every time they've touched that ball, and again, Swans infringing.
On the 10.
They just need a period of time where they don't get the whistle blown against them just to get the referee back on side.
On the 10.
But what a take by Briggs. Those are the worst when they're dropping short on the 10. You know it's your ball, and all you can see in your eye line is the opposition coming to get you.
Well, it's been a rough couple of minutes for Karis Coletta. And she needs to dust herself down because they need their playmaker, who's in her first season at Bucks at the moment. But has been a key cog in the team's success. Here is Katie Britt. She makes some meters, but she is forced to hold on, and the penalty goes to the Swans. Jell, a rise at pace. She's carried with purpose, hasn't she? The replacement front row.
You've got to roll away.
Bit of burglary on the floor.
Got to roll away.
Haig. Pat on the back, nice tip on the shoulder. Winscombe fishing for a steal, and they get one. Sticky paws on the floor from the Warriors, and it's opening up a little now, this game. Bella Petit right in the thick of things as always. Well, that's a good kick, but it's well read by Kelly Gale.
Inside the half.
Oh, there was a hint that that might be high for a moment, or even worse, she'd fly by. But the hit sticks. Winscombe go back into the pocket, and it's angled astutely towards touch. Petit's there, rides through one, steps the second, then offloads. Lovely interplay between Cockton and Shrewsbury.
Very smart there as a 9. Cockton doesn't want to dive with the ball in that situation. She's around heavy traffic. So give it to one of her other players so she can then be there at the ruck to distribute the ball.
Watkinson takes her eye off the ball, and it's once again in the grip of the Winscombe Warriors.
Advantage not rolling.
Well, I'll tell you what, Charlotte Eggleton is hot
Not rolling away.
on not rolling at the breakdown. So hot that the captain, Hannah Watkinson, sees yellow, and the Swans will play with 14 for another 10 minutes.
I was going to say the captain needs to have a word with her team and bring them all in, but as you can see, she's walking off the pitch. So someone just needs to get a hold of this game, deliver a decisive message to their players, just to be a bit squeaky clean.
Let's go, please. No hands, 13, no. Ball's available. Ball's available.
Winscombe would like to make this count. Off goes Gillians. Gillians on the charge. It's really something to behold. The outside centre in full flight. Her break carves open the opportunity down the left, but a knock-on comes.
Penalty advantage for the high.
11 black, high.
11 black, high. 11. That was a forward pass, which is why we couldn't go.
Penalty comes back.
Swans won't mind this, an opportunity to just reset. Use up a little bit of time on that yellow card.
That's if they can find touch, Amber, which they don't, and Winscombe in fractured field look good. Another very, very good low hit.
Slow down, we just want to make sure. Oh. You okay, 6? Holding on.
And guess who, Amber?
Look like an interesting challenge here. She's gone low, but she doesn't necessarily lift the legs of the player up. It's more the attacker going down into a forward roll position that makes it look like it's a tip. Then good decision from the referee.
One thing that I've ascertained from this opening half of rugby is that when my boys grow up, if I want them to go to a tackling clinic, I want Bella Petit running it.
She seems to be everywhere. She's stuck herself right in the middle of the park. She wants to be in the thick of it. She wants to do good things for her team, and she's making those big shots count.
No hands, Black, no hands now. Use it! This tackle is committed to that.
Haig just lifts it to Emily Cook. Back to the left, that's a really nice take at full extension. Gel has been excellent since coming on. Coletta just stuck her head down and drove on through the Black Forest. Oh, but now here's a chance for Liberty Nunn. Another big hit, but another chance for Winscombe. The big don't argue comes out from Anna Manuel. Winscombe, in the closing minutes of the first half, finding their rhythm. Gel races up, leaves a dog leg. The ball smuggled almost into the hands of Chidsey, but it's play on. Nunn with Whitmarsh on the shoulder. Whitmarsh whizzing in for the go-ahead try. And Emily Whitmarsh, who's kicked all the points this season, now gets herself a try in the final.
It just opened up for Liberty Nunn. Goes through the first gap and doesn't bother with the footwork on our opposite number, and then pops up again for the decisive touch. The basics done really well. Fix and give on Coletta as the last defender. And Whitmarsh runs it in round the outside.
Charlie, you kicking off or are we going half time?
No, I've still got 2 minutes on the clock.
Perfect. Yes.
And Whitmarsh adds another pair of points to the 5 that she just slid in with. Wow, a final that is tossing and turning, ebbing and flowing, and one that the Winscombe Warriors lead now 17 points to 14.
And the 2 number 14 said, anything you can do, I can do just as well. Tries and conversions to boot.
2.5, 1.5. 1.5.
14 of today's matchday squad has come through the youth ranks at Winscombe. That is a statistic that we love to hear at these community finals. An awkward kick-off, ricochets back before Katie Britt bundles forward. And what do they say about taking care of the kick-off after you score? Prime time here for the Buckingham Swans to strike with only seconds remaining of the half.
The pack have already shown what a force they can be in this scrum. Really solid even when they went down to 7, so the backs know that they'll have something to play off from here. Could be decisive going into half-time.
2 yellow cards for the Swans in this first half.
Advantage high.
Trailing by 3.
11.
Yeah.
With the last possession of the half. They've got penalty advantage in their back pocket. Winscombe
High tackle 11.
are fighting. Haig
Nowhere near the mark.
is a million miles from that mark.
Sometimes you just got to give it a go and see if you get away with it.
Let's go, please.
Big moment this for the Buckingham Swans. They send in Katie Upton. Now it's Smaya Gel.
Use it.
Sparks fly when she carries into opposition defenders. Haig with just a set-up pick and go. Then Gwilym tries to advance the cause.
High by 5.
Another high tackle from Winscombe. They need to be careful here. Green jerseys queuing up. Coletta sells the dummy, then scampers on. Another dummy sold. Can they get it wide? He senses there's opportunity. Petit and Anstead both there. Now the green jerseys pour right, but it's still staying with the forwards. Annabelle Ramsey denied. Has the ball stolen, but we come back for the penalty. Tap and go from Cockton. Maya Gel, she's there. Gel the juggernaut can't be stopped. And with 14 women on the field, no panic from the Swans. And they get the try to reclaim the lead, and a conversion to come to stretch it on that little bit more.
That's 2 tries they scored now when they're down to 14. Again, Winscombe darting out the line, trying to get that intercept, but you have to say Maya Gel's been phenomenal since she's entered the field of play. Hitting some fantastic lines, carrying really well, and a decisive score for her team there going into half-time.
That's been a kicking masterclass from the 14s, hasn't it? And Zara Martin doesn't let the side down. Looks like she's hobbling somewhat after that successful conversion, but those additional points mean that the Buckingham Swans lead 21 points to 17 over the Winscombe ladies at half-time.
Just over by the goal.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, sorry.
Matt, what's your water, mate?
So when they set up for the conversion, they place the ball, they move.
She moves to check it. She's checking it. She's allowed to do that. It's once she's...
Okay, Charlie, we're live. We're ready to go.
Okay. Just wait for the water boys to get
40 minutes of this engrossing Women's Junior Cup final at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham awaits. And the Buckingham Swans in green lead the Winscombe Warriors in black, 21 points to 17. And the long kick gets a good old roll, having been given safe passage through to the 22. And an awkward bounce unsettles fullback Kelly Gall, and well, the chase was fierce too, and Winscombe get a mini win early in the second half.
Winscombe let off there after not gathering the kick on the full, but Whitmarsh does so well to turn over a shoulder, chase back, and then does just enough, gets handed off, but enough for the fullback to step out of play.
Claimed by the replacement, and Winscombe. Oh, there were some lovely shapes being offered that unsettled the Swans' defence, but the last pass wasn't quite on the money. They recovered though. Carried back through Michelle Fox, who's been a titan for the women in black so far.
No issue.
Kat Briggs is there. And the ball has emerged on the Swan side. Maya Gell is a force of nature, isn't she?
She's done so well for her team, hitting some fantastic lines, works really hard off the ball.
Backwards off green.
Stolen in the challenge, Bella Petit. She's just everywhere. I love her energy.
Get checked his head. Okay. Stay there.
And I think she might have worn the heel of a boot to the visage.
Oh no, something's bleeding. A scratch. It's going. Time's off. Yeah.
There it is, Margell in full flight, getting over the gain line. Two outside centres who battled it out all game, been fantastic for their team. And Bella Petit, we've spoken about it, but it's just her second effort. On so many occasions, she's made a decisive hit, got back to her feet, and then made a secondary defensive tackle, which has really put Winscombe on the back foot.
Cool. Thank you. Have fun. Thank you. Ladies, it's scrum green ball.
Thank God for TV.
Yeah, thank you.
And there she is. I'm starting to wonder, where do I get my Buckingham Swans Petit replica jersey, Amber? She has been awesome today.
Ready?
Yeah, she's been fantastic. Both sides of the ball, attack and defence.
Yeah.
She's really stood out for her team.
Ladies, up we come. Ladies, I need you to open it up. You're too tight.
And the perfect demonstration to any young players out there that really size is so often irrelevant when it comes to the manner in which you go about your defensive business. It's a mantra, and the tenacious Bella Petit embodies that. Nice little 8-9 move round the short side. But Cockton doesn't have the gas to get away, so the Swans travel back in field. Cook, he spent 10 in the bin in the first half. Carries on forward, Gell in the midfield. Difficult to stop in close quarters. A nightmare with room around her. Coletta, clever kick. Only black jerseys in front of the sweeping nun. But the penalty goes against the Swans.
Lovely bit of variety there from Coletta. Just puts the ball in behind. Liberty Nunn was quite flat to the line, so there's space there to play into, and she followed it up with a great kick chase.
Oh, Nunn just got the worst bounce and had to hang underneath it. Great kick and chase from Kelly Gell.
No hands.
Fizzed, flat ball just invites Molly Chidsey to charge on.
Tackle release. Stay down, Seven, stay down. Thank you.
It's a little more pedestrian from Winscombe so far. They were really dynamic on the ball, but they're looking a touch flat.
Ball's available.
Although that was a touch flattened by Alice Lowe, the captain, into the line.
Yeah, I think Swans are just doing a really good job in defence about slowing up the ball, so the runners from Winscombe are creeping up the depth that they initially have because the ball's so slow. They're just ending up flat and on top of the defence.
On that side, the puck sometimes disengages and then resets with their head slightly wonky. You actually just keep an eye for it.
Ladies, your marks over here. I've just looked out
The second kick and chase from the Swans comes from Kelly Gell. Unfortunate bounce, ball stays in, but the Swans backing it up. And again, that defensive pressure, but couldn't quite deal with Alice Lowe on that occasion.
It's going to go down as a tackle by Haig, and Coletta on the wraparound. Can't escape the tackling intentions of Gillians. Gillians, who really caught the eye. Oh, a jolting hit. A javelin in black. Haig. It's kind of the glue, really, in terms of industry. Oh, another big shot as the pass is released to Gell. Swung to the deck. Winscombe, they're on here on the left. Hands will do nicely. And they release Liberty Nunn. Liberty Nunn needs to look inside. Had two teammates, went it alone. Ball squirms free. And now it's definitely onto the right. They need to be looking beyond these one-out passes as Melissa Neal accelerates onto the ball. Godwin puts some air on it. Chidsey never had any intention other than running forward.
Amstead just did enough there. Flew up the high line, but who else comes away with the ball? Bella Petit.
Cook, all alone, but wins the battle of the shoulders and then some. Haig tips the pass on this occasion to Cara Shrewsbury.
Haig's had a lovely balance to her play throughout this game. Defensively, she's shown up, put in some big hits, but she's carried well. She's got her hands free in the contact to offload, and there she's just showing that late tip at the line to put her teammates away.
Horrible pass from the captain, Watkinson, almost undoes the good work of her team before. They regather, and this is an exhausting passage. I can't remember the last time the ball was dead. Again, hot on the not rolling. Both sides need to adapt. The Swans to get through the stodgy mud. Through the middle of the breakdown, almost. They're free a little wider out. Here comes Katie Upton. Coletta to Cook at full stretch. Does well not just to gather, but also to hold on as she was hit. Beautiful pickup. Advantage now over. Gell needs Haig, who, as ever, is there. I think it needs to take over Amber. This is an incredibly long passage of play. No errors, there's no advantage. So it's all on the skills.
It's great continuity from both sides, but they're just not really stretching the Winscombe defence by going outside and using the full width of the pitch. So Winscombe are really comfortable, just staying connected, coming off the line. They just need to do something different or put a bit more width on it.
Well, that is something different. Callie Gow turns Liberty Nunn, who spins and sees little ahead of her, but her kick finds the frame of Haig. Now it's Britt. Now it's Anstead. Anstead, so used to playing sevens, who thrives in open space, almost feasts in the 5-metre channel, but it's an excellent tackle. Shrewsbury with Haig on her back to propel her forward. Looping pass to Gel. He never doesn't make meters. Coletta doesn't have a lot of buddies outside, but that is interesting. That could be the undoing of this Winscombe defence. Oh, the bounce of the rugby ball can be so cruel. But at the very last gasp, Winscombe drop and they save their try line's integrity. Still the ball not dead. Still the Swans advancing. Coletta to Ramsey to Petit. Incredible continuity. Unimaginable energy reserves. Gel, oh, the softest of hands from the most destructive of carriers. The Swans smuggle the ball to the captain, Watkinson, and fittingly, heroically, she has been held up by the Winscombe Warrioresses, who have just sustained wave after wave of green attacking assault, and their line has survived.
Wow. There's about 20 players out there with hands on hips, and I am not surprised. A lengthy passage of play, but credit to both teams for their attacking prowess and the continuity.
5. No, I said 5. Scrum, Buckingham ball.
Like the thinking from Amy Godwin, but it's got to go 5.
Send 2 green, please.
And after successfully defending a 364 phase attack, they now land themselves right back under the cosh.
Just a little lapse in concentration. You can do that from a 22 dropout, but if you're dropping out from your goal line, it has to go 5 metres.
Crouch. Lower. Bind.
Emily Cook has made way.
Okay. I need you to open it up again.
Lucy Duffy
I need you to square it up.
is in between the props. Maya Gel and Katie Upton bookending her.
Crouch.
We've seen Shrewsbury pick from the back of a couple of these scrums, and I think 5 metres out she'll probably want to have another go.
You're right. An 8-9 to Copton, and the arrival of Gal, who tries to fight forward. Oh, it's the replacement. Oh, she's only been on the pitch a moment, but she's just had her skeleton rattled by the right shoulder of Amy Godwin. The Swans surely are going to strike on this occasion. The answer is yes, and the answer to nearly everything so far, and it is right now, is Maya Gell. Her second of the match, and eventually something had to give.
Some hit by Amy Godwin.
On the line.
Just to keep Duffy out, but every time the Swans get in and around this try line, they look lethal. There's almost an air of inevitability that they're going to go over. They look well organised, calm, patient, and Maya Gell profiting once again.
No.
Well, for the first time, Zara Martin doesn't add the extras, but it is a healthy 9-point lead at this stage for the Swans. And it'll be Martin's last act because she has gone off the field and she's been replaced. I'll tell you by who when I quite figure that out from our vantage point. Buckingham Swans 26, Winscombe Ladies 17, Bella Petit dancing a merry one through 2 or 3 tackles and eventually dragged down beyond the 22. Big carry off the 9 from replacement Lucy Duffy. Upton. That's how you get her. Kelway goes low and chops the ankles. Ramsey's turn. Coletta. Oh, it was smart handling until the last one from Gell was a bit too high, bit too fast, and it'll be a scrum to Winscombe.
Great bit of vision though from Coletta to call that ball out to the left. Ansted again, waving her hands around on that left-hand touchline, spotting the Winscombe defences narrow.
Black 11 and black 5.
Whitmarsh there, the last defender for them on the 15, but unfortunately they just couldn't play the ball to make use of that space.
You're both suddenly turning in on the set. You need to square that outside shoulder up for me, please.
Subs complete.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Crouch. Bind. Set.
A break round the short side. Winscombe Warriors looking for a second half foothold. It was they who led going into the closing stages of the first half, but they've been Maya Gelled.
Hi, 16.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot about that woman on pitch, but she's made a massive impact for her team.
Lucy Stone slips the ball back inside to Godwin. She loses the ball forward. Coletta moves the point of attack. Can they get it through the hands? That's the design. But it's a great press and a big hit from Katie Britt. Coletta on an awkward body angle. Catches a slice.
Okay.
Always under pressure.
We come back.
Always under pressure.
Swans have really tidied up their discipline. Probably a message from their coaches at half-time, and It's just allowed them to get a bit more of a foothold in this game. Allowed them to build on the good stuff that they were doing in the first half.
Yes. Yes, Graham. We just got time off because it's a prop.
Well, like every good Swan, above water, looking cool and calm. But I imagine maybe a little bit of panic beneath with the Winscombe Warriors on the doorstep. Winscombe and their faithful have not given up hope. They've had a bit of specialist coaching coming this week as well. Andrew Ford, who's just been named England Students Women's head coach and has been at the helm of Hartbury University's Bucks Super Rugby programme. Came in to lend his expertise to the club just outside Weston-super-Mare.
Crouch! Bind! Okay, ladies, just you're a bit too eager there. Just hold it up, please. Wait for the calls. Second! In! You're not in! Okay, crouch! Bind!
And they bring a bit of West Country might to the scrum. Late pass taken to the line. There's a lot of confidence with the way the Swans are moving the ball around. Ella Petit almost forgets to catch the ball. Now fights on for more meters that just weren't hers to take.
Advantage is over. Here. No hands now, turn, you missed.
Anstead with a streaky kick. And Winscombe with the line out.
Charlie, substitution.
Yep.
Green 3.
Green 3 sub. Okay. Green 3.
You can see what Swans are trying to do. They're trying to spread it, but Winscombe defence is closing really well. She would probably wanted that kick to go a little bit longer just to gain a bit more territory. Move the game up the pitch because they've been in and around their 22 for the last few minutes.
Ladies, this way a bit for me. Green, that's your mark. Hold.
This is undoubtedly the Swans' biggest test of their cup run. They got a walkover in the first round. They beat Milton Keynes 88 points to 7. Then they got a walkover as well against Hackney. Took down Old Allianz away in round 4 before beating Burton, then Brighton in the quarters and semis. But now the Winscombe Warriors standing in their way of Twickenham glory. Stolen by Winscombe, who go on the charge.
No hands, Swan, no.
17 minutes remaining, 9 points the difference, all to play for. Now can the hands do the work? Transferred, fended, an offload inside, but the cover comes across. Liberty Nuns there. Kira Fry's in a lot of room out here to the left, but they move right. And Hodgkinson at first receiver.
Yeah.
Kira went with 2 hands.
Outstretched. Okay. Right.
There is advantage for Winscombe, but they won't want to use it. They'd rather score from this phase. A hurdle over the carnage.
6.
Okay. I've got penalty only for that as well.
That's, yeah, I mean, you're cool.
Yeah, penalty only for that and penalty only for this. Captain? No, captain, not you.
Winscombe really trying to find their flow. Great turnover from Whitmarsh at the breakdown. Big carry to get her team on the front foot in transition.
Over there, tackle off the ball in line with that touch. So middle or middle.
Let's do that one.
That one. Check. Tackle out of the game. 6.
So when you're on the ground, you can't tackle a player, you're deemed out of the game. And that's what this second penalty is for. What are your thoughts on that, Law? I always think it's a bit harsh.
Ladies, let's go, please.
Yeah, I think it's a bit harsh. Sometimes you've seen it when a player's slipped over,
Make a decision, please.
and it's hard to just let someone run past you. So, yeah, it's a tough one, but I guess it's about making that second effort on the floor, putting that bit more in for your team.
Yeah, just not criticising the call there at all. Criticising the law. I'm going bigger. I'm going macro on it, taking it all the way to the top.
Changing the world one law at a time.
Exactly, one commentary at a time. But this is pressure that Winscombe ladies need to make pay. Into the 22 once more. A 9-on-4 line out to aim for. Bit of movement. Oh, it's a trick play off the training ground, but it hasn't gone 5. They called us all out. Poppy Grosvenor.
Scrum. Not straight.
Not straight is the call. Not, maybe it did go 5. I think we're going to get a reverse angle in a moment. Here we go.
No.
I think take your pick, not straight or just within the 5, but love to see a trick play, something a little bit different to the game, looking at that front peel, but you just have to get your detail right in those moments.
There are a few things more pleasing than a training ground move coming off in a big game. And Winscombe nearly just did it. As it stands, there's still 9 points adrift. 2 scores, if you will. Coletta to Petty. Petty! So much to love about this young women's game. Dogged determination through the tackles. And now a bit of fix and pass. Lovely footwork from Alex Stock, the vice-captain. And then Aisling Kelway shuts it down with a big shot.
Just to let you know, we've got someone being treated down here, Charlie, yeah.
Ooh,
And the medics on.
that was an awkward coming together. Alice Lowe dusts herself down. And then the other number 1, Leisha Burgess, steamrolls her way up to the 10. Coletta to Haig. Haig was fully exposed for a hit there from Whitmarsh. Did well. Nunn gets a hand to it. Resources are on the deck. Now in transition. Winscombe, can they go wide? They look to go through the middle, but Annabelle Ramsey says no in the only fashion she knows how. Big right shoulder. This is Chidsey.
13 ripped in the tackle. 8, sorry, ripped in the tackle.
The Swans have turned it over. Drop of the shoulder. A bounce back inside. Heather Britton. Now, Alex Stock can't escape the clutches of Kira Fry.
Nice, keep going. Fine.
Out the back again. Swan so flat. That's not forward into the hands of her own player to escape the notice of the referee and her assistants. But it might work out for Winscombe. Pass release. Whitmarsh on the burst. Whitmarsh, can she offload once more to Britt? Oh, but the move breaks down. That was almost the moment. And there is huge congratulations pouring across from the Swans, because they know how big a moment that was.
That was Underhill-esque from Ramsey.
For Green, I need 13, 17 and 6. 13's come
But
up
Swans again moving the ball to the width. Lovely little shimmy on the inside. Great footwork to fight away in field.
13's off.
17 and 6. And number 6, please.
And Burgess did this for most of the first half. Huge carry.
Yeah, she's gone off the back.
Drawing in 3-4 Winscombe defenders.
Have you got them all for green?
That's green, Charlie. We also did 1 and 9 for
And then
black,
Whitmarsh,
and now
who
number
scored
8
a
is
couple of
captain.
tries already,
No, but
but
8 is
Ramsey,
captain, okay.
like
8 is
any
captain,
good
sorry.
open side, covers the ground.
Like, no, it isn't.
Textbook low chop tackle.
There's your mark. Buckingham, sorry.
Annabelle Ramsey, by the way, who is only 17 years old. She's got her A-levels coming up. Former elite gymnast.
Okay. Let's go then.
And you'll be unsurprised to learn by the way she throws herself around the action.
Okay,
It's only a couple of months ago that she broke her jaw in a game and kept on playing to the end. So Annabelle Ramsey is not a woman to be trifled with, is the long and short of that bio.
Absolute nails. Again, that's probably why she's wearing 7 on her back.
Okay, we've got new ones, ladies. Let's make sure we're in the right place. Okay. Crouch. Bind. Set. And in.
Winscombe, time ebbing away.
Come out the tunnel.
They trail by as many minutes there are left on the clock, 9 of them, to turn this final around. Kiara Tricks.
Okay. Crouch. Bind.
Ready to put the ball in.
Set.
It's an enticing blindside, but she doesn't have a winger on hand to help her if she were to break that way. And first things first, we've got to get that ball in and got to get a clean strike. This is
It got kicked back out by your hooker.
this is
It came
all
straight out.
stuff
It
that
came
is
out.
helping
Same way, ladies. Let's go.
the Buckingham Swans.
Let's go, ladies, please. Okay. Crouch. Bind. Set. And in.
Again, it's slightly untidy,
29.
fished out by Tricks. And whipped out wide. Finally, it gets to Kira Fry, who shrugs off one Swan, then has a couple clinging to her
Ball's
hips
available.
as Winscombe go deep into the 22.
Not held.
If they're going to strike, they need to strike now. Shidzi,
By 5.
who has been tireless in all of her destructive deeds today. Ball bounces, sits back up. Is the offload there? No. Melissa Neal clings on. Winscombe are playing with 14. Oh!
Okay, thank you.
Lucy Duffy has just deleted a Winscombe warrior.
That me?
It was like a green smudge blurring across the screen.
High tackle by 5. Should we do payoffs?
There was a high tackle earlier here. Comes a big hit. Oh my goodness. What did you do here? Trailing by 9. Did you take 3? Well, the answer is yes if you're Winscombe. And there's some pressure on this kick. The first kick of the final for Kiara Tricks. Light work from the boot of Emily Whitmarsh. I thought Kiara Trix was going to take over the duties, but why would you? When you've got Deadeye Emily Whitmarsh on hand to close the gap. 6 points the difference, a 1-score game, and 5 minutes to go.
I really love the way Winscombe are playing off these set pieces. They're getting the ball from the scrum, but the width they're able to put on it is really challenging this Buckingham Swans defence. If they can get a couple of opportunities further up the pitch, I think they could really give themselves an opportunity to take the lead in this game.
Let's go.
Kelly Gale kicks long, not taken cleanly, but it is taken.
No issue.
Winscombe know what they need to do. A converted try wins the final. Grosvenor spins her way into the contact. Emily Stone and Cara Shrewsbury combine.
She's fine.
Oh, that was a pass that no one wanted. Godwin sees it, fortuitously slipped through the legs of her teammate, but the Swans have it. Stone
Just pass that and no issue.
throws a ball, bounces off the ribcage of Fry.
There's a whole 10 metres on this left-hand side with 3 players there if they can look up.
She's on the ball. Yeah, on now, 13.
Godwin pumps the laces through it, and Kelly Gale awkwardly kicks off
17,
outside of her right boot, and well, offside from the Swans. That'll help the Winscombe cause no end. And will their hands do it? Or will Liv Gillians do it alone? Gillians steps back inside. Surely she had to back her pace.
No issue.
No, nothing there at all. Didn't go forward.
Desperate defence from the dazed and disorganised Swans. The Winscombe Warriors. Liberty none. With maybe the winning try. The Swans, who've been in control all match, suddenly find themselves staring down the barrel of defeat. A match snatched by Liberty Bell with a conversion to claim the crown.
It was a lovely break by Gillians. I think she probably could have pinned her ears back to the corner, but had half a mind that they'd have to get this extra 2 points to take the lead. The 5 wasn't good enough. So she stepped back inside to try and get closer to the post, but you'd have to say the Buckingham Swans defence has been phenomenal all game, but they just fell off Liberty none there.
And the extras added by Emily Whitmarsh. Liberty none. But for the Swans, it's for whom the bell tolls. There will be one last chance for the Swans to respond. They must rally. Whilst for Winscombe ladies, they need to claim the kick, preserve possession, but they spill forward. There's one last twist and turn maybe in this final, in this Women's Junior Cup final.
ladies, sorry. Come on, let's go. Let's go, please, ladies. Come on.
A point separating
Okay.
the two sides.
Crouch. Bite. Set.
The dying embers of an unbelievable contest between two firebrand styles of women's team. The captain, Watkinson, held up over the line earlier in the match. Takes them to 30 metres from the Winscombe line. It was an awkward take, but it was claimed ultimately by Stone. The black jersey barrier stands in Haig and the Swans' way from coming back from the brink. Leisha Burgess, no way through for her. Emily Stone stands in at first receiver. Still not quite into the 22. Leisha Burgess. All the green jerseys are out here to the left. This is the play. Fast hands. Stepping feet. An acceleration from Zara Martin. But still not quite there. High drama in the final play of the final. But a penalty has been awarded. Haig, if anyone deserved the winning score for the Swans, it would be the indefatigable second row Haig. Burgess, pick and go, but buffeted back. Once more to the short side. The Swans have an insurance policy in their back pocket, but they'll want to finish it right here, right now. Shovel to Ramsey. The Swans so close. Winscombe clinging to the win. Coletta! Caris! The crown clincher Coletta with the final play. A heartbreaking act. An ecstasy-inducing try in the West London sun. And rodeos her way back in joy. She sealed the match for the Swans.
She gave the big wind up to the outside. Winscombe defence rushed off and she took a moment for the gap, but they didn't panic. They knew they had one more shot after that knock on. They stayed composed, kept the ball alive.
Charlie, is that it?
Yeah.
And like they have all game, when they've got into that 5 metre channel, they've been deadly.
Yeah, same.
10.
Yes.
Sensational Swans, who only seasons ago finished their domestic season with minus 24 points after conceding 9 games. But they kept the faith. They said the tide would turn. And they've sealed silverware at the home of English rugby. Sensational Swans have wounded the Winscombe Warriors in the very final play of an exhilarating final. All credit to the Somerset All Blacks, who leave the Twickenham turf with their heads held high. But it is the brilliant Buckingham Swans ladies twos who will be hoisting the trophy here at the Allianz Stadium today.
Next one.
No. Oh, is it?
Well, there is a Becca on today.
Ticker's gone.
there.
Can you hear me?
Welcome everybody to Allianz Stadium, Twickenham for the Women's Intermediate Cup Final on this weekend, flooded with Community Cup finals. Wow, have we been treated to some high octane, full of passion finals from the men and the women, from the far reaches of all corners of English rugby. And this is no different for the Women's Intermediate Cup. Sefton ladies in the red and white hoops are ready to take on Thurrock ladies seconds in the black and white hoops. Sefton, an extraordinary story. They've crowdfunded to be here at this final, and they're kicking off into the arms of a team who are at their second successive Twickenham final, having claimed the Junior Cup crown last year. They've moved up a level, but once again they've gone all the way to the showcase event. And here they are with their ball, with their hands on the ball, and looking to make a dent in the red and white hooped D. Oh, big bruising shot coming from number 8, Molly Latham. Ball allowed to bounce, still skipping round, and that's a nice offload. A lot of room, but not quite enough pace to circumvent the hungry defence arriving from the T-Birds. Penalty to Thurrock. They tap and they go, and they pop, and they stride, and they offload, and just a handful of jersey denies the T-Birds. Blood-curdling cry, some interplay, but a forward pass ultimately. And Nicole Wright called back.
Lovely play by Thurrock there. I bet Cox wishes she'd chosen a smaller shirt size, otherwise she probably would have been away. But good thinking by Parsad. A lovely out the back offload, but great defence on the edge by Sefton.
Squeeze, tight, crouch, bind, set.
A break from Sefton's 8, Molly Latham. And a bruising one at that. Round the corner, wraps their playmaker, Alessandra Lewis. Good turnover though. Wonderful instincts on the floor, and there are so many Thurrock jerseys out wide. It's knocked on, knocked backwards. Who quite knows? It's play on for the time being. Is Amy Parsad looks to control the tempo.
Just on the 15.
But it turns out
It's a knock on by Red.
that it was a knock on. So we come back, and it'll be the first chance to see the packs engage.
Thurrock look really well organised so far. They've got their pods set up off their playmakers 9 and 10. They're looking to spread the ball wide to their wingers, but they're just set quite narrow at the moment, and so is the Sefton defence. So any turnover, whoever team gets their hands on the ball, 2 passes and they could be round the outside.
Crouch, tight, bind, set.
In at the feet of Sarah Dyche. No dice for Dyche.
No advantage.
Knocked on in the collision.
It's a knock on by Black. Scrum, Red Bull.
It's an interesting setup in the back line for Sefton ladies. They have the 8 carry there from Thurrock, but their backs are very spread out, giving big spacing, and that close to the line. If Thurrock can play in the short channels and pick on defenders, they might get some change from there.
Crouch, tight, bind, set.
Ball bounces out, loose pass from 9 to 10, a race to the paint. And it's the T-Birds who swoop. And it's Amy Parsad, the sharpest player to the bouncing ball. The club captain, leader in the dressing room, and now a try scorer at the Allianz Stadium.
You can definitely tell she leads by example. She's shown great energy at the start of this game, hustling for everything. She just has a bit more desire to get on the end of that ball than Sefton.
A beautiful strike to turn 7 to 5, 5 to 7, I beg your pardon. And as a result of Sophie Scanlon's boot, 7-0 to Thurrock. The try scorer collects, swoops it back inside to Nicole Wright. He doesn't look after the ball as well as she should.
No advantage coming. Knock on by Black.
And she puts her hand up to acknowledge the error. The second row, who's having her first season back, having given birth to baby Felicity.
So it was an incredible story. I've witnessed firsthand of Abby Ward returning and the amazing things that she was doing, so it's great to hear about the similar stories in the community game as well.
Crouch. Yes. Bind. Set.
Lily Bennett will move it right. Taken flat to the line. It's beautiful hands and into the 22. Touchline comes into play, but good strength to stay within the confines of the pitch.
Black 2, never onside.
Penalty advantage.
Penalty advantage for Sefton to play with, but the hands at first receiver let them down.
Just inside 20.
Just inside
Black
the 22.
2, offside.
Tap and go and dummy and blast.
Roll away tackler.
Big, meaningful carry from Sarah Faulkner. Now more forwards come pouring round the corner. Molly Latham leaving T-Birds in her wake. Now the turn of Sally Conyers. Bit of air slung on that one to invite the rangy running of the outside backs. Hurry pass from Roberta Quedon-Jones. Makes it, boots a ball. Morris Lay. But Chelsea Perry not on the same wavelength.
No, but you tapped it down.
They definitely could have been more patient there. I think they were building their attack nicely. A couple of good carries to get them over the gain line. And Thurrock have got a player in that backfield and just brings the winger in to play as well. Good coverage there.
Yep.
Collected by Amelia Morris-Lay. Now it's Sean Hughes pirouetting her way into the T-Birds, and some dynamism offered by Rebecca Osborne. This is strong from Sefton, who saw off Cannock in the semi-finals, tamed the Lionesses, and now out to Neve Roman. But we come back once again for the penalty.
No, Mark's here. High tackle.
Number 3.
3 black, high tackle.
It's a wonderful take off the dropout. Return with interest. And that's a big collision.
Lily Bennett dishes it to Sarah Faulkner, who's full of running. Known as Specs. Oh, explosive. Hands are doing it now. Lovely from Sefton. They may as well not have numbers on the backs of their jersey because everyone is here to play. But that is a big shot coming in, one that needs to be made. They need to defend the short side, but just in the nick of time, Phaedra Cox responds. And the T-Birds survive.
I love the juxtaposition of the big Bosch with the deft hands and then the big 5-metre pass out. I think Sefton are doing well to move the ball down this left-hand channel, but they probably just need one pass a little bit earlier to free the space.
Phaedra Cox, who's new to Thurrock, absolutely had to have her wits about her on that occasion. Slightly messy maul, sees the breakaway from Amy Shaw, retiring after this match following 10 years as a T-Bird. Lovely little pop, well timed to Molly Chartres.
Tackle there.
Crisp hands, determined running. T-Birds a little under-resourced numerically here, and it's a brilliant take because that was fizzed off the hand by Amina Benaje, the tight head prop who's been prominent in open play. Oh, no way through that avenue. Rebecca Osborne gets met. And Thurrock have done well to batter Sefton back across the halfway line.
Morrisley and Lewis doing a really good job at 10 and 12, just marshalling their team round.
Benaje battles her way forward. And it's incredible ball retention from Sefton. You just don't have the pace to make it count further wide. Leonie Robertson getting caught round the hips. Now it's Chartres.
Chartres has a couple of good carries, and if you just watch the deft ball transfer from one hand to the other, just allows her to get that handoff out and create some space.
Well, that's born from a lifetime playing the game. First picked up the ball aged 12, despite tearing both ACLs. In days gone by, looking lively in the backfield. Another good carry from the proud Irish woman, Niamh Lohman. But on this occasion, the T-Birds steal the ball. Nice bit of interplay, but ultimately we will restart with the scrum. Hey, my headphones have stopped working. Is my mic working?
Mike's here. That's it. Strong. Second, please. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Real power coming from Sefton, and Thurrock have to fight to emerge with the ball. Kira Ryan, lovely line. Just your solid, hard carrying 12. And a battle for Elsie Burns to get that ball back onto the T-Bird side. Got a bit of help from Ellie Richardson.
Play on, play on, play on. Go with your call, go with your call.
Holding on. Black holding, red holding on.
I think that was just not releasing there from the Sefton defence, in over the ball, but you have to release your player before you can get back on it.
On that last one, there was a high hit from red as well.
Right, okay.
So go with your call.
Okay, so penalty regardless. Red on the end of the line. Red on the end.
Yeah, she's part of the tackle there, and she can't then try and take the ball once the tackles happen. She has to release before she goes back on the ball.
Biggest throw of the final for Amy Short. And she doesn't fluff her lines.
7 pulled down.
The ball is dragged down illegally. And off scampered Elsie Burns, a try scorer in last year's final.
No, Mark's here.
Amy Parsad gets called back.
Megan.
Well, she had a couple of attempts at that, but comes away in possession. Amy Short taking Thurrock to within 4. Now Nicole Wright arrives at some pace. Short round the corner they go. It's the turn of Millie Thurman Newell. Fresh into the team this season. The reach arrives from Rosie Bennett, who looks to replicate her effort in last year's final against Sheffield, but adjudged to be a double movement.
For double movement?
Double movement.
On the 5.
Penalty.
Push Black back.
Black, just come back a little bit. Yeah.
Touch found.
Knocked on into touch, choice, scrum or line.
Knocked on into touch. Red.
It's great goal line defence from Sefton. If you look at their body height in and around the breakdown, they were so low to repel the pick and go from Thurrock. They look well organised, but Sefton just putting their bodies on the line, staying low, hitting hard, driving them back.
Tight! Squeeze. Crouch! Tight! Sit! Yeah, nice. Bind! Yeah, nice. Set! Yeah, let's go! Oh, God!
Sefton break right, and what a take at full extension from Chelsea Perry. She goes back for more, the American. Says she's double jointed in her bio, and I think she was doing a few dislocations just to add a couple more inches to her reach to gather in that pass. That is another bruising thrust forward from Molly Latham. Smart hands.
Tackle roll first.
Sefton are looking good. They've no points to show for their first quarter. And this is it's a seismic moment, really, for Sefton. First time at the Allianz Stadium in the club's history.
They're playing some really lovely stuff in attack. Like you said earlier, it doesn't matter what number on their back, they seem comfortable on the ball, but they're just getting a little bit disjointed the more their attack goes on.
That was a wonderful turnover, wasn't it? When a player locks down like that, they're wedged on the ball and they can't be wiped out until multiple bodies fly in.
Yep, just that.
What a take, full stretch out in front. Latham started this game off so well for Sefton. She's got her hands on the ball a lot, made meters with every single carry.
No, it went out. It was full. Sorry. Advantage! Knock on.
Well, it's a good line-out drill, but then the pass off the top is an awful one for the scrum half to take. So
Advantage over!
Thurrock have the ball in their hands instead.
Leave it, Red.
Oh, more outstanding breakdown work.
Leave it.
I don't know how she managed to hold on to that with so many T-birds clinging to her limbs.
She's almost not being rewarded because she took the ball with her.
Let's go, Sally.
Field opens up for a counter. Hands. Love the offloading play from Sefton here. But a tip of the cap to the T-birds and their defensive intentions. That is until Molly Latham blasts her way through. Lovely kick. It's causing real trouble in the backfield for Thurrock, but the speed of Ellie Richardson is a match to any chase.
I'll make the decisions now.
Back in the pocket, the T-birds clear. And Sefton goes slaloming. Wonderful counter that brings to life the West Stand and the many supporters for both these clubs. Rebecca Osborne launches the ball out as she grapples over the top to the other back row, Querden Jones. Here's Leonie Robertson. No way through, but a nicely smuggled offload.
Go Black.
Well, slowly but surely they are making progress up the field and closer into Thurrock territory. Ruck's been disrupted. Ball's gone back. And Alessandra Lewis has to just bury her head into a few black and white hooped jerseyed bodies.
Some wonderful attacking play from Sefton. They're keeping this ball alive. Latham's got them on the front foot with some big carries. but they just need their support players to come from a little bit more depth, so as these offloads go to hand, they can penetrate the defence rather than go from a static start, and it's just not allowing them to get over the gain line.
Stop, just place the ball down there for a sec. Yeah, the scrum restart. I was playing advantage, so we'll go back for the scrum header there.
Doctor's coming on now.
Yeah. Right, give us space.
Hey, have you got a number for the coach who's on the floor?
Red 5.
Red 5.
Sefton seem to be growing in confidence as they're going through this game. Had a bit more possession, allowing their game to open up, finding their flow. They just need to be a bit more direct after a couple of offloads, and I think Thurrock could be all over the place, scrambling in defence, but they seem comfortable at the moment, well connected.
I've not seen anything. She's just come down, she's got a bit of blood under her eye. I've not seen anything, any foul play.
No, there's not been any from this side.
Well, the fans are enjoying their day at the home of England Rugby.
Right. Anything from you?
Old and young. That's what we want to see, the next generation getting revved up for the game.
Yeah.
We're waiting while Sarah Faulkner receives some attention. Played for Warrington Wolves previously in Rugby League. Got a black belt in Jiu-Jitsu. And that is a big Amy Parsett fan. They'll be delighted to see her on the score sheet already.
Just a quick word. Tackle height.
Been amazed by all the artwork on display on that far side. Every team's been well supported. Signs for their players in full voice.
It's just a team thing. I've noticed it both teams. It'll be our possession. Yeah, it'll be your ball because I was playing advantage anyway. So yeah. Just a quick one on tackle height. Needs to be lower. Second tackler needs to be lower as well. It's just getting a bit high.
Medics and clear them.
Yep.
Yeah, all good.
Time back on. Black scrum. Scrum. Black ball.
Bit of friendly fire there, and Sarah Faulkner bearing the brunt of it. Made of stern stuff though, these Sefton girls who hail from West Derby, Liverpool. First time of any team of any sort, male or female, has reached Allianz Stadium in their 118-year history. And they are matching Thurrock's T-Birds rather nicely here, who find an angle to thread through a touch finder. There'll be a throw-in to the volunteer-run Community Amateur Sports Club, Sefton, just within their own half.
Yeah, this is yours. Red numbers. Yep.
Amazing story this for Sefton. Formed in 2013. Over the last 10 years, they've gone from strength to strength.
One red, just...
And having...
Yeah, you're fine.
having needed a modest total to crowdfund their way here, they've actually raised over £6,000.
It's an incredible story, and it's great to see them here at Allianz Stadium.
And they're mixing it with one of the clubs who've been at the forefront of women's rugby in the country for many a year, Thurrock. Bringing the noise. The Twickenham Junior Cup champions from last year find their pockets picked on the deck. It's a brilliant turnover.
Red penalty, neck roll by Black.
And there is a neck roll in there.
Yeah, neck roll.
So Sefton get the penalty.
Haven't got a number.
That's fine.
We've seen a couple of textbook steals at the breakdown. The speed of the players to recognise when that ball's available on how the opposition fall, and then the speed to get both hands on that ball has been amazing.
Captain, that was for neck roll, okay? We need to keep that discipline, okay?
But here's the carrying to contact. Look how quick she's in there. And, well, it's not a neck roll, it's a DDT, actually, in WWE terms. Brilliant claim. Reached across the gap without closing it illegally. And Sefton rebuild once more. It's been all their possession. In fairness, it's just that punch, that ability to pierce the Thurrock backline that has been lacking. The squabble on the floor. Sees arms locked around it, and Sefton have used the momentum of the ball and the massive bodies going to floor to roll it onto their side, and they get the penalty too.
Their edge players just need to hold a little bit more depth, which is going to allow them to, like you say, pierce the opposition defence. They're just working from a standing start at the moment, which is always going to be hard for you to win that collision, especially against his strong Thurrock side.
Back five. Not. This one? Yep, that's fine.
Ella Fitzsimmons, the vice-captain, finds her woman. Oh, but it has been feathered forward in the process.
Yeah. On the 15. I need you to drop home, okay?
So close to being a perfect line out. That was a lovely ball in.
I've got in my notes here that Ella Fitzsimmons tore her MCL in the semi-final. Yet she's still playing in the final.
Incredible. I needed that healing in my career.
Whipped out wide. There does seem to be just a step more pace in the boots of the T-Birds, who take flight down the left wing. Oh, but a stud had crept into touch en route, but there's real danger out wide.
Inglis looks like she could be a handful in that 14 jersey from Thurrock. She had a couple of really good involvements, shown great pace. She looks like a strong runner as well. But Morris Lay just doing a good enough job to get across and give her a foot in touch.
Big dummy, not bought one iota.
So knock on by Red.
And knocked on in the resulting fight on the floor.
Fucking hell, let's go! Let's go! Good scrum again, Des. Big push. We can have shove on this game. What? That's a better job, too. Let's go. Georgie, this is your fucking right, yeah? Let's go! Your fucking scrum. Five! Set!
I thought, because there was 2 there, I just went over the next 2 games, but I've not seen one for the next one.
Oh, fabulously claimed.
14.
Yep. Still playing advantage 9.
Popped on, lifted into the space, the props combining.
No advantage, because it was a forward pass. High tackle, 14 Red. Sorry, I didn't mean to deafen you.
Well, high tackle slipping above the sternum, which in the community game is where the high tackle law stands. It's not like in the Premiership and PWR that we all tune into week on week.
Black ball. Let's pull this in and drive then, yeah? Yes! We'll fucking pull it. Okay. Lower! Take that! Squeeze! Crouch! Shoot! Bind! Set!
Thurrock looking for their second score, and they might just get it with this pace that they've injected from depth. A snaking run from Tessa Granger.
5 on the clock, so.
There is a beautiful flowing nature to the way that that move was created, and the T-Birds have their second.
English has shown on that left-hand touchline that she can be a handful, and she's worked her way off her wing here. We spoke about how wide the Sefton defence are off set piece, and it just causes them to bite in and gives English half a gap, frees her arms. And then Granger with a big step back inside to beat the defender.
Scan. Beautiful.
Never in doubt for all Sefton's possession and endeavour. It's the class of the Thurrock T-Birds which sees them lead by 2 converted scores, 14 points to 0.
As a backline, you always love a first phase try, something you practice on the training pitch. When it comes off in a game, it's something to celebrate.
Millie Thurman Newell rifles back the return from the kickoff. And this time it's Nicole Wright wearing 5. Elsie Burns Plays a lot of sevens, you can imagine why. Very dynamic feel to the way the open side moves, but that knock on and just general pass catch combo was anything but dynamic. And Sefton, with around about 3 minutes remaining of the half, have another opportunity to register their first points of the match.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Molly Latham just absorbing contact, and Chelsea Perry is released outright. Oh, that's tough on the handling of Amina Benajay. Asked too much.
2 minutes, you got 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Those are the worst ones to take as well, the ones that are just dying at your feet. But you feel for all the positives that Sefton have put in, they really want to come away with something on this scoreboard going into half-time. I think she had half an eye on the Thurrock defence, rushing up.
Sefton love a scrum, and they don't hang around. Good tackle in the midfield from Kira Ryan. Sharp to the tap and go.
Holding on.
Had to hold on there.
Holding on.
There was no other option because the T-Birds swooped so well.
No,
Need a decision, ladies.
It'll be play on if she kicks it and kicks it out.
Damon Newell. Oh, that is a gruesome clear out. It may be worse than a penalty.
Okay. That's foul play.
Yeah, I've got foul play.
You've got foul play.
Yeah.
She's come in, she's taken the 9 out, she's hit her on the head, so that's a barn door yellow.
Okay. Captain. This player's come in from the side. Okay. And it made contact with the player's head. Okay. It's a yellow card. Okay. So she'll be off for 10 minutes. Okay. Oh. Sorry.
Not red.
Sorry.
An unpopular decision with the crowd, but a justified one for Nicole Wright, who had a rush of blood to the head, and that is going to make things even trickier to play the first 10 minutes of the second half with only 14 to half that belongs to the T-Birds. They lead 14-0 at the break.
Thank you.
The second half of our penultimate final of the weekend is ready to get underway. The T-Birds in the black and white hoops, kicking into the arms of Sefton, who have given everything so far, but they've just lacked the penetration to break down this stubborn Thurrock defence. That's why they trail 14 points to 0.
Right down. Knocked forward.
Not forward.
Playing advantage.
And stolen. Off goes Elsie Burns.
Still playing advantage, Black.
A lot of black jerseys lining up out left. That pass, if it had gone, they would have been opened up. Now it's Thurman Newell, and now it's Faye English. Faye all day, baby. English in for the third, and the dream second half start for the T-Birds.
And it was the speed of Elsie Burns that sets up this opportunity. Transition ball, defence to attack. They shift the ball wide. And we've seen how dangerous Inglis can be. She's fast, she's powerful. And there's no stopping her from 10 metres out.
More points to the T-Birds, and the comeback task looks even steeper now for Sefton, with Sophie Scanlon striking well from the tee.
When you're ready, Red.
That's a real nerve settler for Thurrock. And it puts a bit of wind in their sails, but they need to look after number one, and that number one is the ball. Great chase back from Granger, who looks equally as full of running as the back three around her, Phaedra Cox and Faye Inglis, who we just saw in full flight. But Sefton will have the line out in the Thurrock half. Thurrock.
We've seen this a couple of times from Morris Lath throughout the game, just looking at that space in behind, but Granger marshals the backfield so well and stays composed. This is a lovely exit from Thurrock. No mess, good yardage.
Good line out, popped off the top. And then it's fast hands, couple of decoys. And this is better from Sefton, who are letting their hand do the talking. One bounce off the right, what a tackle. That's as good as it gets one-on-one in the backfield from, I think, Ella Barnes.
Leave it, Black.
Sefton, though, bit between their teeth. Now mix it up by driving through the middle. Niamh Lohman falls to her knees. Here comes Sarah Faulkner. Oh, and knocked on by Granger.
Substitute Black one.
Snuck on, Black scrum. Red ball, Black one. Black one.
And I think it will just be the scrum.
Loughman's had a couple of opportunities on this outside edge, but she can probably release her winger a little bit earlier. That was a lovely little outside foot step to find a bit of space. But when Sefton gets some momentum, when they come onto the ball at pace, they look dangerous. They're creating opportunities. But far too often in their attack, they're just getting a little bit flat. And Thurrock have proved time and time again that they're going to be a hard team to breach in defence because they're well organised, well drilled, and they got some heavy hitters out there.
Oh, time off again. No, time back on. Here we go. Here we go. Right, let's keep these scrums. Let's keep these scrums on. Lower. Crouch. Sit. Bind. Set.
Sefton get a taste of their own scrummaging medicine. And in amongst all that, Amy Parsad has managed to get herself offside.
The forwards won't thank her for that one because that was a ridiculous scrum from Thurrock driving Sefton back, but they now have another opportunity.
Better from Sefton as they cannon into the shoulders of the Thurrock women. Wow, there's a lot of Thurrock players lying on the wrong side.
I'd already told you once to leave it.
Tap and go. More tempo, more energy. Lohman slips it through the hands. Now it's Sally Coiners almost getting close. Pops it up. Is this Sefton's time to strike?
Yeah, penalty advantage, high tackle.
High tackle comes in. I wonder, is a penalty try in the conversation? Here's Cowperthwaite.
Tackle there.
Osborne the next to be halted. It's a little show shoveled out the back door, but the defence is again mighty.
High tackle.
Start thinking about
from Granger and the gang. Lily Bennett, and the ball knocked on just as Sefton were beginning to play with a bit of swagger.
Black 6 off, please. Black 6.
Scrum was fine. You just went
Lots of good things to applaud in that build-up play, though. She won't want to watch that replay back of the knock-on, but they're still in a promising position if they can put Thurrock under pressure. But if they get front football, if they get these offloads to stick and build some continuity, they've shown that Thurrock will give away penalties in their red zone.
Time's off for a sec. That's why she sets. It's all right, there's another player down as well. Okay? Time's back on. Get low. Here we go, choose the new disc. This one now. Get tight, Italian. Get tight, second. Crouch. Bind. Set. No. Right. That's probably the worst one we've had all game. Let's keep it stable. The rest have been fine.
Let's go, please. Second. Nice and tight, nice and low.
the Thurrock pack looked dominant in that last scrum. But both wingers for Sefton have dropped off here, making a 3-person backfield. So if Thurrock do decide to run this, there is a lot of space out there, and they've shown how dangerous their outside backs can be.
He needs backs when you got Sarah Dyche. The number 8 with a barnstorming break, and it sets up this passage nicely for Thurrock.
Retreat, Red! Scott backwards!
Spilt backwards. Doesn't get given much time to recover. The sun blazing down at the Allianz Stadium now.
It's a tough one to take. It went high in the air, but what she did really well was last minute just turned her body side on, which meant that ball goes backwards and her team is still in possession.
It's rule 101 when you're a mini or junior player, catching those high balls, you shape your body that if you do spill it, it goes backwards. Sefton looking to escape their own half. Oh, big carry and blast. But the knock-on under pressure means it will be a scrum to Thurrock.
Yep. Yellow card?
Yeah.
Make sure we're timing that we're coming through the gate, okay?
Lewis took that to the line really well.
Yeah, it's your scrum.
Sean Hughes with a big bump off. But
time off.
Second defender comes in from Thurrock, and that little out-the-back offload probably wasn't on at that moment. She just needs to drive her legs, go through contact, go down and let her team rebuild again. But that initial carry, whew.
There's water coming on while we got the time off.
Right, okay, well. So back to the nose. Yeah. Yeah, it's black ball.
Plenty of love being shared between Millie Thurman Newell and the travelling supporters in pink, repping the T-Birds brand.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Keep it!
Whipped through the hands. A dog leg emerges for Sefton. Oh, and it's a brilliant chase back. The situation salvaged by Sefton.
Penalty advantage, high tackle.
Cowperthwaite on the spin, gets caught high. Thurrock are flying up.
Black 7, high tackle.
Elsie Burns, the culprit on this occasion.
There's 3 penalties, okay?
That was another first phase beauty from Thurrock. They've already shown that they can score. This time, big blindside, but they choose to bring Cox off her wing. She's the one that makes the decisive line break, but Perry does so well to chase back and just get into that offload space.
calling for the turnover, but it doesn't come for Thurrock.
Leave it, Black! Black, leave it, you're off your feet! Leave it.
Sefton moving sideways instead of forwards. It's tough going for Amelia Morris-Late out there in the 12 jersey.
Not rolling. You couldn't help that. That's okay. Just holding me.
Sefton are away, and their biggest carrying threat, Molly Latham. Of course, she makes meters. Has Sarah Faulkner for company back onto the field after her 10-minute sojourn instigated at the end of the first half.
Black, get lower.
But there's just no way through for these Sefton runners.
Just be mindful, medics on.
Yeah, I just think they're getting a bit flat into that space. Oh, unfortunate. That was a lovely line by Latham there through a big gap. But you mentioned it earlier, they're just travelling more laterally than they are forward, and that's because they're not deep enough to get around this blitz defence from Thurrock, who are putting them under a whole heap of pressure. So in this Sefton huddle, I'd just be saying to get a little bit deeper, probably get a little bit wider so they can run squarer at the ball, and that will just give them a little bit more momentum to take it into that line. At the moment, they're playing right into this Thurrock defence, which has been outstanding all game.
With fatigue coming in.
Yeah.
Failure coming on with a buggy.
Yeah.
One thing that Thurrock do have to be mindful of, though, is the penalties. Although they're in the opposition half, they are starting to rack up. They had a couple of warnings on their own try line probably about 10 minutes ago, and that will still be in the back of the referee's mind. So they just need to be careful that they don't push it too far. Otherwise they could end up with a yellow.
Thank you.
Well, it is always sad to see a player depart the field, not of their own volition, in a final on a big day, but particularly so when it's from the driven buggy. So hopefully it is all precautionary out there, but certainly as much time as is needed to make sure that the player is taken good care of. Amber, Rugby World Cup's happening this year. Pretty cool to be a women's player in this country right now with, you know, with the biggest tournament there is coming to town.
Yeah, and it's less than 100 days to go. The new World Cup trophy has been unveiled in all its glory.
Pretty snazzy.
It is, it is. It's kind of a shame to see the old one go, but the new one definitely trumps it. And it's going to be a hotly contested trophy. There's lots of teams who are putting in big shifts, Six Nations, Pac 4, that are going to hold their hand up. And it's so great to see, one, the trophy making its way around all the host cities, but to be able to be in a place where we can play top-level international games all over the country just shows where this game is going.
Question from someone who hasn't won a World Cup, and you mentioned the trophy. What happens after you've won the World Cup? Like, you know, you obviously got your medal you get to keep. What happens to that trophy? Do you get to take it on the night out? You know, what are the sort of steps after you hoist that thing aloft?
I can tell you that trophy has probably seen a fair few things.
But you're not allowed to tell me precisely what things.
It's come on a few. It came on the night out, that's what I'll tell you. And I think Kendra Coxedge also made reference, I can't remember the name now, but they nicknamed the trophy. So she said she'll take it back down to New Zealand, the old one, and they'll look after it. But yeah, you get to keep the trophy, you have your medal.
Don't worry, it's my watch.
I think someone might have
don't worry.
slept with it. Well, I don't think we actually went to bed, to be fair. But it was in someone's possession the whole night, passed around, lots of photos. Maybe a few beverages consumed from within said trophy.
I could imagine so. I could imagine so. Wow, I mean, what a moment that must have been for you in your career, and just sort of, I guess for the young players who are tuning in here, it wasn't an awfully long time after you were playing rugby at university that you won that, was it?
No, it wasn't at all. So I left university in 2013, and then a year later, 2014, was when I was part of that squad. So it was pretty special. I was very privileged to be in amongst that group of world-class players. I learned so much being a younger player in that group, and there's a lot that I've taken from that tournament experience that stood me in good stead for the rest of my career.
But for these young players who are out here, or young players out watching, I mean, it can be a really, really short and very quick leap from school to uni to then pulling on the jersey of your country.
Yeah, and I think that's the pathway that gets set out now. There's so many opportunities for these players. They get to play at Allianz on this stage, and the players out there today. But there's so many players coming up through the youth system, through the pathways, playing girls rugby. That rugby's now a profession that they can go into, and that transition, like you said, can be so quick.
Plays back underway,
17.
and really all our thoughts with the injured player who's left the field. And Sefton, their thoughts are on recording a score here at Twickenham today. The Allianz Stadium, the home of English rugby.
17 black, offside.
And there's been no lack of industry, that's for sure. And there's been some classy touches. They just sort of lacked the punch to really break down Thurrock. They've come close, but haven't quite found the finishing touch to apply. That is, until now, a burst through the midfield. But Thurrock recover, and they don't just recover, but they thieve. Sefton back on the ball, back travelling forward.
No, there's only one there.
Again, very flat, Sefton, forcing them to go laterally.
So high tackle. 1 minute.
No leniency for the high tackle, and maybe there's going to be more, because there has been a warning already.
I've warned you at 3 penalties. This player's also made a high tackle.
And Megan Harris will miss the next 10 minutes.
Ready? Yep, when you're ready.
The dog leg exploited on a gliding arc. Round the corner, there's no red and white jersey behind the ball. They're so flat, Sefton. But they are also full of gusto when it comes to trying to forge ahead, and more big runners make dents. There's the offload.
It's gone backwards.
There's a real sense that Sefton's time might just be now.
60. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Just calm down.
But a penalty goes against
Laying
them.
the ball on the floor. Oh, sorry.
Such a bright bit of play. 2 big carries. Sean Hughes, the second of those, just getting on the front foot. But it just squirts out the bottom of that breakdown, and they can't take it cleanly. But promising signs. They're a player up. They're still in Thurrock half. They need to take this confidence and start to build on it now and come away with some points.
Black 13. Red sorted. Yeah, where you are, it's fine. Just hit. Penalty advantage. High tackle.
Well, the high tackles, you feel, are almost as a result of the fatigue of mind and body. It is incredibly hot and confrontational work out there, as demonstrated
No advantage.
by a venomous carry. And we do come back for the penalty.
Red 6.
That's a lovely strike from Ella Barnes. She's not made too many metres, but from the middle of the pitch, that is a big kick.
Smashed hard and low by the left shoulder of Amelia Morris-Lay.
Tackle release.
Time running out for Sefton as we approach the final quarter of the match. Intelligent angle on the kick. Finds the touchline and drives Sefton deeper back into their own half.
Black 5.
Really smart bit of game management there. They're a player down. They're up on the scoreboard. And it's so demoralising as a team to then have to work out again from when you spent so much time in the opposition half. So good bit of play from Ella Barnes.
Thank you, Black.
The throw just dies, almost didn't even need a lift, but Quaden Jones delves down low. And Sefton are off and away en route to the wide left 15-metre channel. Thurrock, though, have other ideas. They have pilfering ideas. Nice interplay. Ella Barnes blasts on. Can't get through the muscle of Lily Bennett, the captain. Excellent carry. All the momentum with Thurrock. Swatting away the would-be challenges, Ella Barnes. And the unstoppable might of Rosie Bennett is too much for Sefton. A try scorer in last year's final against Sheffield, and a try scorer here today in what will be a Thurrock triumph over the Sefton ladies.
She's had some really good impact since she's come on. Got her hands on the ball, but just that late dip into contact, the change of angle for the body height, followed by the leg drive, just means that those defenders fall off of her and she can power forward to the try line.
Team, have we got a T? Conversion? I need him to switch on a bit more than that. Yeah, time's off. Yep, where you are. Yes, please.
Allianz, part of the Saracens Ace scheme, won the National Cup with Basildon as an under-18 last season. But she can't add a successful conversion to this trophy win for Thurrock today at the Allianz Stadium. But it's all good because Thurrock lead 26 points to nil after that finish from Rosie Bennett.
Black 11.
And there is still some more time left in this for Sefton to have something to sing about on the bus home. They've had a wonderful story in reaching this moment. The women from Merseyside, and they would be richly deserving of a try here today.
There's been so much to cheer about for Sefton. Notably their work over the ball. Several quality turnovers, players in quickly. But so have Thurrock, and they managed to steal the ball, but Sefton just need a bit more impetus in their attack.
Half charge, takes a clip, Amelia Morris lays on hand, but then the charge, Barnes is there, she's got support from Devon Johnson. Dyche erupts into the red and white wall. Looks like there's been an intercept in the effort to offload on the next phase. Sefton have a long way to go if they're to get that score, that memorable moment out of the blind spot. Really rode it well, to be honest, because it was an aggressive shot. The temptation too much for Dyche to leave that ball alone. Tap and go. Lohman off the deck into hands. That's a nice pass right into the stride of Molly Chartres. Chartres across the 10. There's literally no one there to defend Sefton if they can get it out wide. We're beginning to see the exhaustion set in. Oh, I take it all back.
Forward pass. Scrum.
That was the tackle of the match.
11 red, and 10
and it belongs to Sophia Carrillo.
Yeah, the
Right, we lost Tom, stand by.
Sorry, I've got...
Lovely pick up off her toes. Chartres has had very few touches in this game, but
I've penalised him for that. Yeah.
When she has, she's looked dangerous. It looked like there was so much space in this defensive line until she ran into Carrillo and got unceremoniously sent backwards.
It's for a sec. Contact. Okay.
30 seconds, yeah. That's fine. I don't fancy having an extra.
Next break, we'll switch it over.
Yeah, okay. Time check, is there anything?
No, that's good, all good. Just going to have to change his kit over.
30 played.
13 left.
Yellow card? How many is on the yellow?
Yeah, they can come on.
They can come on? Yellow card. She can come back on now.
Thurrock are ready to be returned to the full complement. There's 13 minutes left.
Tackle height, just needs to be lower, okay?
Looks like Thurrock are going to stack their blindside winger again.
Scrum black ball.
Just tucked in behind Ella Barnes. They've had a lovely wraparound play using a decoy runner short, which saw a big line break. See if they got something else up their sleeve.
Bind. Set.
They go open. Barnes pops it into the path of a willing runner. Carrillo, he came up with that monster hit a moment ago. Shows us what she can do, ball in hand.
Holding on. Black 2, holding
Thurrock
on.
find themselves holding on the floor. Still the adventure's there for Sefton, and the adventure is by no means over. The promise of being crowned champions may have dissipated, but the belief that they can and will score at Allianz Stadium remains. Big defence from Faye Inglis. Chelsea Perry there, dancing with the touchline. She's described playing for Sefton as being part of a family. She says she's surrounded by the best group of girls. And this best group of girls, whatever happens now, are history makers. 118 years of Sefton rugby, and no one in red and white has graced the most famous blades of grass in English rugby. Until today, that is. Can they become the first Sefton side to score a try here at the home of English rugby?
It's a knock on there by red. Scrum black ball.
Not on this occasion.
3 red.
Not this phase, but maybe more to come.
2 black. 2 black.
2 black. No. 3, 6, and 2.
It's really unfortunate. They do something really good. They get over the gain line, start to look like they're building into the game. And then they just come up with an error which stifles their play, gives Thurrock a chance to reset and regroup.
Yeah, got it.
Time's back on. Crouch! Come on, girls, 10 minutes. Bind! Set! Military advantage high.
Amy Parsad taken high.
No advantage.
on that dart.
Red, I need to see a change. You need to be lower. High tackle. I could see, but it's a high tackle. Yep.
Up to halfway, we'll restart.
Yeah.
Faye, do we need her for the lineup? If we don't, let's play on.
Is she needed in the? Is she needed in the line-out? Okay. Play up. Thank you. Pick the ball up from an offside position. One red, offside.
On the tip of the paint for red.
Yeah.
Ella Barnes takes Thurrock up to the doorstep of the 10-metre line. Swipe back, it was it's like a double hit there. Barnes is there, but she just acts as a bridge in the breakdown. From a standing start, off goes the highly impressive Elsie Burns. Sarah Dyche has done an awful lot of good work. Oh, wow. Pump action fend. Pushes away.
Who's just looking for someone on her shoulder then, eyeing up the offload.
Tackler needs to roll first. 9 on the behind the mark. Mark's here.
Amy Parsad, ever looking to snipe.
Can we do a sub? Black one. Black
Well, as we approach, 5 minutes remaining. Looks like Megan Harris will be bowing out.
You're on the end of the line, Black.
And sounds like Leah Dixon is in. All the line-out drills let Thurrock down. And just a bit of an imprecise conclusion to this match. But for Thurrock, this is an amazing achievement. They were here last year, they won the trophy, but not this one. They won the Junior Women's Cup that we just watched unfold between Buckingham Swans seconds, who claimed the trophy. So Thurrock Women's Twos have moved up a competition, and here they are about to win the whole thing. So a really impressive rise. And I guess next year it's all about moving on up.
Stepping out.
Parsad, this time is permitted to tap and go. Sarah Dyche thrashes into the tackles. Sefton standing up well. Close range, here comes Elsie Burns. As close as you can get. In fact, they're across. And a megawatt smile. A magic moment for the jersey with no number and a popular try scorer amongst the T-Bird ranks.
Elsie Burns did so well there. She eyed up that try line. She was inches away. But selfless play, just brings the ball back.
Just inside the 5.
Allows her teammate to profit and get big plaudits from her mates.
Can we get a tee on, please? Can you speak to the coaches?
Well, the ball falls off the tee. She hadn't started her run up, so
just over 30 seconds.
Sefton can't charge, but she's got plenty of time still on the shot clock. So replaces, re-angles, and resumes her conversion attempt, which isn't successful, but Thurrock certainly have had a successful afternoon here. Their 5th try, maybe their final one. Elsie Burns going close, and then the point-blank finish, which warranted a special celebration.
I'm ready. Didn't go 10. Scrum called.
It's 31-0 to Thurrock on the scoreboard, but they haven't had it all their own way. They've had to weather a few storms. They've shown some brilliant pieces of attack. Their backs have come alive off set piece, the platform that the forwards are giving them. But their defence throughout this game, they've been well organised. They've got off the line, put in some huge hits, and just really stopped this Sefton team from getting anything in attack.
Squeeze in. Get out that way, Bowen, yeah? Let's fucking get it, please. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Well, Sefton are a club on the rise, a host of mini and junior teams, under 7s to under 15s, feeding the senior sides. And these women, history makers, in making this Twickenham final. For Thurrock, they've been here and done it, and they'll do it again.
The tackle was complete. We played the ball. No, I don't see a leg over. Go on. Wasting time. Play on.
Penalty for Sefton there. Their crowd get behind them and try to rally them vocally. We'd love to see a Sefton try right now. In the final throws of the final. The turnover is good from Thurrock. Millie Thurman-Newell, who has been outstanding today in the row. Back into the pocket. Barnes doesn't send it out. Sends it into Green open space back in the Sefton 22. And the women in red and white hoops are going to have to go from 80 if they're to be able to say their try scorers at the home of English rugby. Again, there was space and numbers out wide, but they weave back into the bodies. Huge counter ruck. Oh my goodness. Elsie Burns, first to pounce. How many times have we said that? And the T-Birds get dropped wickedly with the hit. Lovely manipulation of the defence. But a forward pass ultimately brings the game to a close. A classy performance from the Thurrock Ladies Twos. The T-Birds soaring high at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. Great credit to Sefton Ladies and the journey they've been on and the performance they produced in the final. But it is triumphant Thurrock who are the Women's Intermediate Cup champions.
There'll be a lady in the orange lanyard. She's going to stand next to her. She's going to take you guys up first.
Welcome everybody to the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham, for the final instalment of what has been a thrilling weekend of Community Cup final action, and it crescendos with the Women's Championship playoff, the top honour in the women's game, and it is pitting the historic Richmond FC against old rivals, old Albanian Saints.
Okay, just wait for the whistle on this one. You're all good.
Old Albanian Saints in the dark blue with the thin yellow and maroon hoops. Line up on the left-hand side, ready to kick to Richmond in the red, black and old gold. The famous jersey of the club where the Rugby Women's World Cup was first crystallised as a concept back in the 80s. How fitting that they should be back on the grandest stage of them all in English rugby, the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. And muscular defence from Richmond is the order of the day as Captain Gabby Spencer engages her right shoulder in tandem with a teammate. And the first error is forced by Oways. These two know each other incredibly well from having locked horns throughout the season. And whilst Oways have had the better of the season, arguably it is Richmond who've had the measure of Oways. They drew 28 all just a month ago up in North London, but it was Richmond who got the spoils at the Athletic Ground, 25-21. Oh my goodness, that is a pulverising demonstration of power from old Albanian Saints at scrum time.
We've just gone round on the mark.
We're going to get a scrum reset, but Red Roses World Cup winner Amber Reid, what do you make of that?
Early dominance there, that's what you want to see from your pack. I messaged the captain, Charlotte Hamlin-Williams, yesterday. She said the last time she played here was in the Bucks final in 2011. I also played alongside her.
There you go. You never know whether it's your first, your last, or your next time is playing at the home of English rugby. And despite the optics looking in favour of Oways, it is Richmond who win the penalty on that scrum. Emily Hope, the woman in the middle, and Richmond missing touch from the penalty. A let-off for Oways and a missed opportunity for Richmond. Boom! Rebecca Kemble flattened as she goes in to make the hit, and Oways are pouring jerseys around the holder. Another pump action. Fenn dismisses a Richmond defender, and it's an aggressive start from old Albanians, who took down Lichfield in the semi-final. Big shot comes from Zia Lima, who scored a famous try for Leicester Tigers against Gloucester Hartbury earlier in the season. Ricochet off the shins, Sean Hobday, first to fall. And the decibels rise just that little bit more. Oh, it's a bullet off the left hand of Gabby Spencer that flies behind Catherine Tessier. And we do come back for the initial advantage.
Great tempo to start this game.
Yeah, so you need to get square,
Oways with the ball in hand, just trying to move it left to right. But well matched by this Richmond defence. They look well organised, set early, and just being able to get off the line and nullify any threat that Oways throw at them.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Ball slipped in by Sophie Messam. Comes up the other side.
We'll reset, it's out the tunnel.
The scrum is not clean and tidy at the moment, that's for sure.
No, it normally takes a couple of goes for them to work each other out, get a feel for it in the game, but hopefully it'll tidy up soon so we can see a bit more action.
Zia Lima, Rebecca Kemble, Misa Evans packing down against Chloe Flanagan, Daisy Fitzgerald and Mika Gooding. Courtney Treco receives at 10, and that's a hard line arriving from the blindside winger. Treco, who plays a bit of ball for London Broncos in Rugby League, gets the back line firing, and Richmond bursts free down the left side, slaloming through the dark blue jerseys of Oways. Holly Williamson dragged down in the 22. Now it's the turn of the captain, Gabby Spencer, to taste the shoulders of the North Londoners. Oh, it's a loose ball, but scooped up. Hobday drops the shoulder, sells the dummy, and then gets floored by Gooding, but it's still there for Richmond. Evans links up with an inside ball. Another big carry from the Richmond pack. Messam, Caitlin Keefe. Richmond edging ever closer. Off goes Kemble, but loses a metre. Now it's Jordan Hyle. It's miscontrolled, but crucially for Richmond, it goes back. Hobday, one of the club stalwarts, sets up one more pick, and surely Richmond are there. It's on the line.
She's short first, then she's knocked it on. She's short and then she's knocked it on.
Huge call from Emily Hope early, and Oways escape with their side of the scoreboard intact.
Shake of the head from Misa Evans as she gets up, but that was a great carry by Hobday. That tempo from up here, to me, not on the angle that you can see on your screen, it looked like she just got over. You have an opportunity to place, and it looked like she touched the line with that, but they come back for a scrum.
Richmond just about stabilised the scrum, and off go Oways, carrying hard and direct through Kirsty Exley.
Number 10.
Thank you.
It was a high hit from Richmond's 10, Courtney Treco.
Under pressure will take the penalty, 10 high. On the mark, yeah? Yeah, fine.
All that rugby leaguing seeping into her tackle technique.
Great scrum by Oways, really good platform. Strong carry from Exley. As the fen comes out, Treco just has to get lower in that.
Well, I think that was actually B. Leonard with the upright tackle.
I'm on it. Just make sure she's all right. Not yet. Is she playing on? Okay.
Well, this is the disallowed try. I think the other angle's probably more telling. This is the one. This is the smoking gun.
On the edge. Use the edge, please. Use the edge.
No TMOs in Community Cup action.
That's their mark, it's defensive.
But if there was, maybe Richmond would have their first try. Swiped back at the tail. Hobday pours through, and Oways grapple their way on. Hamlin Williams, the captain, that was. And then a big bruising run from Gooding. Exley turns distributor and injects Amelia McDougall into the line. It's a fierce battle on the floor, but that's silky from Johnson, and this could be bad news early in the game for Richmond and their captain.
off the shoulder line.
Yeah. So for me, we've got that head contact. We have got foul play. It's quite high force, a high degree of danger. However, I think the ball carrier has dropped significantly in height, so I'm at yellow card. 8.
Gabby Spencer, who really is one of the gun players for Richmond. She started life at centre. This is her first season as a forward, and it is actually her last game for Richmond. Before moving on, let's take a look at this. She's going to miss the next 10.
Just find out who the new captain is for me, please.
She could have been missing the next 70.
Yeah, on first look, it didn't look pretty, but Owe's lovely build-up play, moving that ball wide. I think she's lucky with that one, with just a yellow.
Trecco, who made her debut for the USA in Rugby League, sort of steps in at scrum half. And Richmond have got a clear blueprint of how they attack. They look very organised, but always, and their tackling could be fiercer at the moment. The meters seemingly a little easy to come by. Trecco swings a right peg through it and invites Amelia McDougall to return. It's another venomous hit.
That's your own player.
Gold offside, midfield.
Number?
Player, I think that's a 2. It's the player who's just gone straight to deck.
3. Offside. Yes.
Never made it back on.
3. Never onside.
Evans offside, so Richmond's discipline an issue here. Nisa Evans, who is former Saracen, is on the books with Trailfinders Women, but is in her 3rd season with Richmond. Off goes Courtney Trecco, really classy player. Allows others to flourish around her with her skill set. Jordan Hull
5, get all the way back.
advances on Zia Lima. Absorbs 2 OA's players, a third arrives on the scene, and eventually she's dragged down. Beautiful transfer, then one more. It's risky business from Richmond, but they're reaping the rewards. Oh, just the tiniest fumble.
So she's not going all the way back before she comes up to make that tackle.
Ambit, we've got the...
It's not material at the minute, I just don't
We've
want
got
it to
the
become
opening,
material.
and we've got the makings of what I feel is going to be an entertaining final.
It's opening up. I thought that was a majestic pick up off her toes, but it's just gone forward. But both teams are trying to play. OA's probably using their backs a little bit more, but Richmond deciding to go through their power game, using their forwards, their big carries. Alima there getting themselves on the front foot.
It's going to be a scrum, your ball to restart.
A lovely bit of interplay amongst their forwards there.
It's going to be a scrum, their ball to restart. Okay.
Well, you would imagine that Richmond would have a fair bit of support, seeing as the club is based
It's going to be a scrum.
2 roundabouts up the A316 from the Allianz Stadium.
Okay. Time is on.
There is a rich women's rugby heritage at Richmond, and courses through the club at all levels, but so too old Albanian Saints.
Just be aware, gold have dropped their 8.
Yeah. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Shipped out to Exley in the centre. A lot of good stuff going through her, and some devastating running being delivered from Makeda Lewis. Majestic from Makeda. The first points of the match go to the Saints, and it is sensational from Makeda Lewis.
We've seen some wonderful first phase tries today, but that is up there with one of the best. Great platform, and just the timing of the pass from Exley, a lovely short line by Biggs. Lewis coming off her blindside wing, and just that last minute swerve to take her away from Williamson. And we've shown how quick she is already in this game, but that is a wonderful finish from halfway by Lewis.
McDougall makes no mistake, and for all of Richmond's dominance in this opening quarter of an hour, it is Old Albanians who lead 7-0 on the scoreboard.
Which way? Left, yeah? Yeah, when you're ready. Yeah, when you're ready.
Amelia McDougall, who probably you would say is more of a fly half, or certainly that's how she's made her name as a young up-and-comer.
Take the edge, blue.
That's seen her in Saracens colours. Got a pretty good mentor to learn from in Zoe Harrison, hasn't she? Amelia McDougall, but wearing 15 today.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen her play a few times. She looks very astute as a young player, calm head. I've seen her go really well in England 20s camp as well. All-round game, running game, but she doesn't shy away from defence either.
Richmond, remember, down to 14. But they're still finding holes through the heart of the OA's defence. But the Jacqueline Jaws clamp down.
7, holding on.
And OA's get the penalty with Caitlin Keefe holding on the floor.
There's your mark.
Touch missed. Holly Williamson is so exciting. OA's though are so precise on the deck. This time it's Licia McCutcheon.
11, holding on. Use the edge. Edge is yours. Three, take a step.
It's not like immediate.
Not straight, option. Scrum on line. Scrum on line. Scrum. Scrum called.
So hard to see.
Yeah.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Breaks out the side of the scrum. Unfortunately for Sophie Messam, she has got the sizable frame of Tyler Shirley on her shoulder, the England under-20.
Always in the half. Goal, retreat! Stop.
Lost 4. Oh, that was...
First one was back, second one was forward.
That was caught at just in the nick of time. Alex Kane misjudging the gather.
Yeah.
Richmond just using Vicky Jackson. They're 15 as a second playmaker, so she's stacked in behind Treco off that last scrum. They're putting Williamson out wide into that traditional 15 position. Probably use her pace in those edge channels and use Vicky Jackson as more of that distributor out the back.
Vicky Jackson, former Lichfield, ironically, who always dumped out in the semi-finals, Wasps, and a couple of caps for England as well. This will be her last game for Richmond, a club that she's given an awful lot to since joining in 2017. And with stodgy ball, Richmond have got the muscle in the midfield to just tuck it under the jumper and carry on forward. Tyler Shirley gets pretty little change out of that carry. Bouncing around is B. Leonard. Shirley tips it on. Shot comes from Chloe Alcorn. So the switch was clumsy. And Richmond have lost a bit of their rhythm.
Who's that, Mark?
They're working so hard off the ball at the moment to create opportunities. You can see the players in the backfield there just swinging from right to left. And because it's such a late movement into that space, it's just really hard to get your timings. And Vicky Jackson offering a late switch there, but ball just going to floor.
Oways, break right, trickle a kick in, and it's an awkward one for Jackson to chase. And
that's been back on.
Touch by goal before going into touch.
Wow, she touches it before going into touch, and that is a real misjudgment from Jackson, and it heaps pressure onto Richmond.
We're outside.
That was a lovely little kick there, just mixing the play up, using that 8-9 axis.
Daisy Fitzgerald goes to the tail, and the maul is formed.
It's taken out.
May Goulding zips it to the midfield. Oh, planets colliding, and Lucy Biggs annihilated in a double hit. Ball breaks free for Richmond, but it's been feathered forward. It'll be a scrum, but it is all about that double hit that came in off the straight run from Lucy Biggs.
Okay, let's build. That's your mark.
She came in like an absolute cannon.
Yeah, I'm on this side now. I'll have a look.
And got met in with two hard shoulders.
Under that pressure, okay?
She rode it well, to be fair to her, not to get sent flying backwards.
On the front row. It's okay.
I got 10. 10's mine.
Tell you what, everyone out there, they are flirting with the sternum law at the moment with their tackles.
Gone down on that side.
Yeah, both slips.
The net outcome for Oways here is a glorious attacking platform. They've got a 20-25 metre blindside to work with, and stationed all on her own is the try scorer, Makeda Lewis. In fact, Richmond at the moment are doubled up there against her, so there should be an overlap if they were to go open. Katie Johnson looks like she's going to drift left, but instead stays open. Lewis has worked hard to come in off her wing. It won't get to her. Instead, it's in the hands of the fullback, who's tall, rangy, and has the pistons pumping. And Oways up to 5 metres from the Richmond line. McCutcheon almost gets propelled through that hole by a teammate. Numbers here for the Saints. It requires a finish. Misa Evans, the guilty party, scrum called, and another enormous blindside from 5 metres out for Richmond to try and defend.
This is a horrible place to try and defend. You've got the threat of the 8 pick. You've got the 9 coming round to create an extra number. But what Oways are doing so well is they're getting that latch in and around. Just felt like they've been building for the last few minutes. Richmond giving away a couple of penalties, and that sustained pressure telling. Overlap on the outside for Oways. Vicky Jackson with a Hail Mary to try and stop player and ball, but lovely arcing player and ball, but lovely arcing run round the outside.
The kick is good, and Oways have a handsome lead with 25 gone. Old Albanians 14, Richmond 0.
Same again, same way, when you're ready.
Richmond go long and pretty straight in the 22, so they could have gone straight out. Treco collects, feeds Jackson, who feints a kick, straightens herself, and Richmond have got to beware of the breakdown threat that is being posed by Oways, and the blitz is hard and in the headlights of Sean Hobday, and it's all going Oways' way right now.
Richmond just to look a little bit rattled at the moment. They look really structured and organised. Their pods were coming round the corner at the beginning of this game, and they just don't quite have that at the moment, which is then making it even harder. They're just forcing those extra passes, and Oways, who are in the ascendancy, are just jumping off the back of that.
Exley, who looks like a really classy operator there at inside centre. Is a loose ball, but Oways a sort of first to every 50-50 at the moment. Lewis. Well, she's the kind of player you say, you give her room and she'll strike. She doesn't need any room. She'll carve it out herself. And Chloe Alcorn will just run straight through you. Exley, couple of tickles and then gathers it in. Release. Dynamic back row. Ella Broadfield into the line. Georgina Cresa. A lot of phases, not many meters for Saints.
Thank you.
And a forward pass breaks down the move, and that's a good defensive set for Richmond.
Yeah, they just needed that to get them back into this game. Everything was going Oways' way.
Substitution for you. Yeah,
but just creeping up on the outside with that forward pod, you just need to be patient, hold your depth. Allow your 10 to get the ball and then take your timing off that player.
Thank you.
Front row being cycled for Richmond. Zia Lima making way. And Kira Leet introduced. A raft of late changes to the Richmond 22 before the game. Starting lineup and bench. Early shove from Oways is an easy get out for Richmond, and it's Gooding with the pre-engage.
No, well, it won't be yours if it does. You can't, it's a free kick. You can't now take a scrum from a free kick. 3 pre-engage.
Big carry from Evans. Gabby Spencer is a marked woman at the moment. Yet to see her fire on all cylinders just yet. Treco. orchestrating, bringing in Heil, who's really caught the eye in the 12 jersey. Instinctive pop out of the tackle. Richmond looking to thrive in a bit of chaos. Jackson goes down the short side, runs out of pitch.
Is that forward into touch?
And it is a
Just
scrum
out, okay?
to the Saints.
That's your mark.
Line out, I beg your pardon.
On first look, I disagree with that one. I thought Jackson had done really well to keep the ball in play. Just rolls it back in, and it looks like it comes off the feet
Hold it there, just close that gap.
of Kane.
Thank you. Perfect.
So a couple calls not going the way of the locals, including that disallowed try
Not straight. Option.
in the opening salvos. There is not straight, and there is passing it to your fly half.
Justice, I think, for the call at the line out. But you feel that these calls just need to go Richmond's way to allow them to get a foothold back in this game.
Daisy Fitzgerald, bottom left there, head in hands, in shame. Just one wobbly one. Still an outstanding hooker. Few options being flirted with by Richmond, and eventually they go to the front. Now weaving round the corner goes Kemble. Kemble in cruise control to 4 metres shy. Trecco with the pass to Whip, the straightening. Lewis gets a hold of a woman, and then the offload is knocked on. It had to go one more wide.
I'm happy just for a knock.
Richmond spurn a gilt-edged opportunity to get themselves on the board.
Thank you.
What a break from Kemble. She did all the hard work. She found the gap. She beat defenders. Smart play from Richmond.
Let's go, Ben. Let's go.
Oh, she takes on her opposite number. Big fend. But really smart bit of play. You know the fullback's tied in, the winger's tied in to go to the width, but it just needed one more. And it was a walk-in.
Always up against it, but they've been here before and they've emerged unscathed. Very few will be unscathed from that collision instigated by Charlotte Hamlin-Williams. A captain's carry from the base.
Retreat.
Always boomed the ball to Jackson, who sees it ricochet off the chest.
Nothing in that, it's just a rugby collision.
And
Just a rugby incident.
a rugby collision sees Lewis
Yeah, it's just a rugby incident.
still flat on the floor.
Just stay there, 11 times off. No, don't be sorry.
It's a good kick from the fullback under a lot of pressure, but Jackson will be disappointed in herself there. She is a quality player. Give her another 10 of those and she'll take every single one of them.
Okay. Absolutely, yeah. I'm trying to keep square. I understand. We need both sides to get that good picture, so if we're square and stable, we've got a good platform, but I will watch it. Sorry. I agree. Yeah, we're both going for the ball. Yeah. Yeah.
It's been a shaky first 30 from Jackson, and as you said, she'll be very disappointed not to take that cleanly. I think licking her lips at the prospect of the counter before having claimed the ball cleanly first. The Richmond faithful look on. I'm sure they've been raising their spirits at the Sun Inn in preparation to be in fine voice for this final of what has been a bumper weekend Community Cup action.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Hit 2, 3! Stay high! 1, 2, 3!
This time Hamlin Williams is caught in possession.
No, not on the ball.
Her opposite number and
Take him
captain,
back.
Spencer,
Blue retreat, 12 stop.
isn't able
All onside.
to pill for the ball. Tessia,
Tackle, roll!
no way through for the Richmond right wing. That's a good hit. Chloe Flanagan.
You're on the floor, you can't then play the ball.
Hitting low, but...
Number 8, not rolling and played the ball.
And the penalty comes.
Great chase by Lewis there, getting up on a opposite winger, not allowing it any room. But you feel Richmond can build a bit of momentum. If they can get 1-2 quick rucks, there will be space open. OAs are a little bit slow to fold. Richmond are working hard off the ball, but they're just losing it. Losing possession just before the moment they can really pull the trigger and hurt OAs.
Come close. All back course.
Sean Hobday can't quite stretch tall enough to claim the ball cleanly, and the OAs have some possession in transition. Oh, but now it's their turn to take their eye off the ball. Fly hacked through by Williamson. And after another ricochet, Richmond will have the throw.
Okay.
Want to see Holly Williamson back on the ball after that burst in the opening minutes.
I think Exley will be pretty happy that this toe poke through from Williamson hits her shins and goes into touch, because you'd fancy her in a foot race from what we've seen so far of her today.
Pretty handy when you've got a GB7's squad member on the left wing. Richmond's top try scorer this season with 13. But now it's the turn of the forwards and the hugely impressive Kemble to go battering on into the 22 once more. Kemble a shining light for Richmond right now.
Tackle release! Ball was out.
Well, Richmond fortunately first to the bounce of the ball.
Tackle!
As it scampers loose, where is it now? Messam. OAs looking to get their crowbars in and rip the ball free on these Richmond runners. They're as close as they've been since the disallowed try in the opening minutes. High, denied by the post. There once more for the red, black and old goal. A sneaky one through the middle. And Richmond eventually burst the OA's dam. It took plenty of power, but the final act was one full of guile. And Richmond have their response underneath the uprights.
Yeah, you did there, yeah.
And it's Caitlin Keefe.
But you have to give credit to Kemble again. Richmond butchered a gilt-edged opportunity moments ago off the back of her break, but she sets her team up on the right path, and this time a little bit more patience.
No, we've got about 2.5.
And like you said, a sneaky finish.
Courtney Treco uses all the furniture available here at the Allianz Stadium to maximise the back row's finish. And the timing couldn't be better for Richmond, who've got themselves back into this final.
Yeah.
As the Aussie poaches her way across.
Yes, when you're ready.
Amazing story. She arrived from Australia in August,
Off the leg.
and she found Richmond Rugby Club because she was in a taxi driving past on her way from Heathrow Airport. She saw the club and thought, I'll go see if I can play a bit of ball there. And here she is now, a little further up the road,
Cold retreat.
Playing at the most famous rugby stadium in the world. And scoring. Oh, sit down. Holly Williams gets the big don't argue right to the face.
Ball is there, space, Gold. No, play the ball.
Always. Oh, they love a score now. The dying embers of this gripping first half. And Michaela Lewis is so often the woman to deliver. Shirks away the attentions of Jackson, then a couple more. Hooped hopefuls.
Thank you.
A gut punch for Richmond delivered by Michaela Lewis, who bags herself a brace.
That's half time after the kick. Yeah, time said.
Fantastic hands here from OAs, just moving the ball during the last defender. And you cannot give this woman any time or space, and you most certainly can't go high. The brush off, 2 big handoffs, and a player of that calibre, you have to commit. You have to go low, and you have to try and use that touchline to your advantage, but what a finish.
Further salt rubbed into the Richmond wounds to the tune of 2 points as the halftime whistle blows and old Albanians head to the halftime huddles, leading Richmond 21 points to 7 in the Women's Championship playoff final.
Everyone calls me sir, don't worry. Are you going left, yeah? Yeah. Just wait for the whistle on this one. And then
Final 40 minutes incoming of a weekend's Community Cup final action at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. Richmond and Old Albanians bringing the curtain down on a fabulous weekend of finals. And it is Richmond in the famous red, black and old gold hoops who trail Old Albanians 21 points to 7. The dark blue jerseys receiving the kickoff and returning with interest to Vicky Jackson. Richmond, who toiled to get on the scoreboard and then surrendered almost immediately to the brilliance of Makeda Lewis, the Jamaican Sevens international who's spent time on the books with Wasps, with Harlequins.
There's a ruck formed.
And a handy penalty for Richmond early here.
Yeah, just a nerve settler for Jackson there in the backfield. Took it cleanly and returned it with interest, but they need to capitalise on those moments and make touch to build on a platform. Otherwise, they're just going to allow OAs back into this game easy.
Go on, retreat! 18, come back!
It's a brilliant kick from Jackson. Had no angle to work with, and the chase bearing down upon her. It'll be a line out where Treco should have found touch, but instead it'll be a Saints throw in. Oh,
small!
What a throw from Daisy Fitzgerald. An inch lower and it would have been Richmond's. Bang on the money. Nice switch in direction and introduction of footwork from Welly Clark.
No, stop.
Williamson's there. Williamson stretching her legs but getting hit hard and low. That's what you call a textbook tackle from Gooding.
OA's just content with clearing their lines easy, setting a kicker into the pocket.
Treco to Spencer.
No, ball's there.
I'd like to see more of the captain on the ball. Oh, there's beautiful hands. And Tessia's free. Tessia! Oh, tricky Tessia! Screeches into the left-hand corner. And that is precisely what the doctor ordered as far as Richmond are concerned. A try in the opening minutes from one of their flyers, Catherine Tessia.
And that's the moment their team needed. OA's just content with clearing their lines, kicking the ball, but they only make it up to halfway, which gives a really good platform then for Richmond to build. A good carry from Spencer. And Tessier showing a clean pair of heels. We've spoken a lot about Williamson for Richmond in that first half, but they've got another flyer on the opposite wing, wearing number 14, and she did the business there.
The assistants took a long, hard look at one another, but decided that it wasn't to be for the conversion attempt from Courtney Treco, but be that as it may, Richmond needed the first score desperately, didn't they?
OAs were very much in the ascendancy for the first 40, and whatever was said in that huddle at half-time seems to have ignited a spark in this Richmond team.
Katie Johnson sends it over the head of Kemble. We'll forgive her for an error. Tessia back on the ball, tall and rangy, the Swiss Sevens international. Just 20 years old, a very exciting prospect. I wonder, with that height, is there some crossfield kick action to come at some stage? We won't get to test that theory because Richmond are going to be defending now after a penalty to the Saints.
And again, it's just opening that door for everything Richmond are doing well. They're just coming up with a slight error, not being able to clear their lines, and it gives OAs a really good platform now in their 22.
Oh, expertly claimed on the descent from McCutcheon.
She's through the middle, she's legal. 6 out, 6 out. Yes.
Old Albanians
Taken out.
beginning to work their way through the Richmond bodies, but they break free. Spencer paints a picture. Was that a side entry on the clear out? No ways. Maybe get away with one. Hobday puts her right shoulder into contact. Oh, it opens up. A chasm left unattended. And May Goulding, razor sharp to the action in front of her and punishes Richmond.
She's had a couple of little moments throughout this game, but it's that clear out of the breakdown that just leaves an absolute mess of Richmond bodies on the floor that would probably be defending that space that Goulding spots expertly and capitalises on to go through.
No mistake from the tee, and not a kick missed. 4 from 4. And while Richmond get the early score, it is OAs who stretch their lead by virtue of that conversion. 16 points the difference now.
Same way.
Oh, well, the knock-on was bad.
So knock-on, 13.
Lucy Biggs picking up was worse, and a penalty to Richmond.
So knock-on offside.
And that's the moment where everyone's watching saying, no, just leave it. And it's so tempting as a player, you just get told to dive on every 50-50, but she probably needed a bit of help from her teammates, some cool heads.
She covered some ground to get there, didn't she, Biggs?
That's your mark. It's fine. Some more.
Hobday
Saw that.
loses the ball in the transfer, but it goes back and it falls into the hands of Kemble. Kemble, the pinball. Caitlin Keefe races round the corner, brings some Australian grit to the OA's defensive desires. Now it's there for Messam, just trying to move her forwards around her.
No, don't hold her in then. Play the ball.
Messam, it is slow for Richmond. It is Spencer. An abrasive carry from the captain. Messam finds another big forward who doesn't find any meters. Great double hit coming from OAs.
Shot, release. Advantage.
Richmond to the line. Richmond.
No try, we'll take the penalty.
And not awarded the try.
She's short and then she's going again, so we'll take the penalty.
A judge to be short again. Richmond looking like that ball grazed the paint.
Not rolling. 8.
They'll have to go via the penalty. Kemble, the cannonball cannot be stopped. If there's any woman in hoops out there worthy of a try on the grandest stage of English rugby, it's Richmond's Rebecca Kemble.
She's had some fantastic impacts in this game so far. A little help from her captain on the latch, but a great carry. And always, if you see two players coming at you, especially with the quality of Spencer and Kemble and how they've gone about their business in this game, you have to commit more than one defender that close to your try line to stop them.
And Courtney Trecco makes light work of the conversion right in front. So Richmond back within sight. 9 points the difference. And a half hour of twists and turns to come. As the woman who scored the winner against Oways earlier in the season, back in December at the Athletic Ground, returns to haunt the Saints.
Just a knock-on. It's just a knock-on.
It looks like at half-time, Richmond have swapped Williamson onto the right wing, possibly to mark Michaela Lewis, and the threat that she poses on this left-hand side and the try she's got in that first half, trying to match pace with pace.
Penalty advantage from the scrum. And that knock-on compounded by the ensuing penalty from the scrum. Ball thrust into the hands of Caroline Colley, who's wearing 15 today.
Oways taking a really pragmatic approach throughout this weekend. We've seen a lot of tap and goes, trying to keep the tempo high, but their set piece is going well, both line out and scrum. And a really good touch finder to put her team on the front foot.
Not straight, option. Scrum or line? Line out. Use the same mark. Yeah, line out. Use the edge.
Having said that, one goes awry, commentator's curse.
Very good.
Daisy Fitzgerald loses sight of centre once more. Richmond, an indication of how they feel at scrum time is they option for the line out instead. There is competition, but there is also Keith, and there's contact in the air. Jordan Hyde, beautiful hands. Williamson looked to stretch her legs and go on the outside, but decides to step back in. She had so much space, but Michaela Lewis was hunting her.
Blue, offside.
Advantage.
Number 7.
More indiscretions from Oways, and it's feeding the ambitions of Richmond and Tyler Shirley. Trecco.
Advantage over.
Oh, that's a brilliant pickup from Hobday. Tessia across the touchline. Great scramble D from Oways.
Yeah.
Richmond are just starting to find those weak shoulders now. Hitting some hard lines into this Oways defence, who matched them really well in that first 40, but they're starting to build a little bit of momentum, which is putting Oways under pressure. I really wanted to see that foot race on the outside. Williamson v Lewis 1v1 matchup.
7-10, racing 3 and 3. Just wait. 10 and 3. 10 and 3, change.
10 and 3. So Katie Johnson
All done.
and Mika Gooding
All good, all on. Okay.
make
Time
way.
is still off.
Just trying to see who is coming on in their place.
Ready? Okay. Time on. Small!
Ball is out, and it's a brilliant burst from Welly Clark.
Blue retreat! All onside.
Speaking of Welly, plenty of that in that clearance. Tessia looking to use her pace and go the long way round. Shovels and out the back offload. Now it's Williamson. Foot to floor. One-on-one with Lewis. Wonderful D from Lewis. She watched her well. Oh, I tell you what, that is tough. Jackson came in at a 90-degree angle.
I saw the back of her shirt from this angle over here on the touchline. But there's the matchup we wanted to see.
On the edge, please.
Fair play to Olivia Armand for catching Tessie. I don't think there was ever a chance for Claire Amy Grimshaw up against Williams.
Thank you. Come closer.
24 minutes to go. 9 points the difference.
8 out now. Let her go. You're in at the side. I've called you out. You're in at the side.
Well, Old Albanian Saints have got to watch themselves here, because these penalties are giving Richmond easy field position. Treco greedily gobbles up as much touchline as she can, although Colley almost snatched it.
Yes, please.
One to the front off the training ground, but then a loose transfer and another opportunity lost.
Just wait, we've got a lace. Happy, yeah?
It's an opportunity lost for Richmond, but it's more time that OAs are having to spend on their 5-metre line, and this corner is a really hard one to get out of. You're probably going to look at your 8 and your 12 to get you out of this hole. And if Richmond can get a good shot, they can really put pressure on the kick.
Get that shoulder through, please. Both sides, shoulder through. Crouch! Bind! Set!
The break from Hamlin Williams is a strong one. Spencer's locked on, but doesn't affect the turnover.
Retreat! All on side. Sorry.
Salvation of the touchline found by OAs.
Sorry. Yeah, on the line. They're on the line, you set to them. You're on the line, yeah.
Not straight.
Not straight. Option. Scrum called.
The line out throwing, or
Yeah, we're
absence of straight throwing, seemed to be contagious, because Kemble launches a wild one. And Old Albanians might just put it through the hands here.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Just looking at Exley, the 12.
Blue, blue, blue.
We'll talk about the back line, but
Loose head on this side.
front row go early. Gives Richmond another opportunity to put pressure on OAs.
Just a free kick.
Pretty unforgivable for OAs given their dominance. They don't need to be making those errors. They've kind of got the Richmond scrum on toast at the moment. Gabby Spencer arrives in the midfield. That's a nice line, just a subtle shift in against the grain. Hyde to Treco, who's in trouble. Sets up long and strong, and the cavalry comes. Tessia has to extend herself in full to gather in that high pass. Just the suggestion that Richmond might dash blind, but instead they continue to build open. Treco, Kemble, caught early. Spencer to Jackson. Bobbled over the top. Kick that is half foot, half shin from Rebecca Smart.
Medic's on behind you.
Yeah.
And it's just fallen into a bit of a lull, hasn't it? Just as you felt that the temperature was rising in the game.
Yeah, I think
2 and 13.
that exit play,
2 and 13.
the thing that OAs have done so well in this game, they've just been clinical on their exit. They've not played around with the ball too much in their own 22. From the restarts they've taken, they've very much shifted it to their kicker, who sent it downfield, and it's just not allowing Richmond to build that pressure. Having said that, Richmond have had most of the possession, and they're just not quite clicking on that final pass.
Thank you.
And neither team at the moment seem to have a foothold in this game.
It's the line out. They haven't given numbers yet. Numbers, please. Time on. Small.
There is a gulf existing in that 10-metre channel, and Hamlin Williams needs no second invitation. Exley on the ball. Amelia McDougall is now on, wearing 20, but it's a loose ball from the Saracen. But Richmond just tipple it forward.
Just a knock on in the tackle.
Lovely decision to play wide off that 8 carry. Hamlin Williams, like you said, goes through a massive gulf and gets on the front foot. Gains her team momentum. The Richmond defence is in tight. And I thought McDougall was going to send a big left-handed pass over the top to a winger. It's definitely in her locker, but I think she just got spooked.
We've gone all the way across there. Set a bigger gap if needed. Let's reset. It's from both sides. Crouch! Bind! Set!
2, 3, ready, and go!
Goulding, whose try may yet prove the game breaker. Fizzes is out, and there's no right winger, drop deep. Jackson's there, it's an awkward bouncing ball, skips inside, dishes it to Williamson, who gets the better of Lewis momentarily.
Gold substitutes.
Before the Jamaican
2 and
gets
6.
her woman.
2, 6, change.
Great battle between those two out on the edge.
Thank you.
The initial step and go on the outside, but the recovery from Lewis is just as good.
I'll tell you when. All good?
I think high five from both players as well, just respecting, lovely show of sportsmanship.
Yeah, all good. Time on.
Shows the quality of both players.
Who's telling you time's on? Not straight. Option.
They've changed the hooker, but they haven't changed the outcome. Always, Jodie Turl struggles with finding the tail in a legal manner. And for Richmond, Eloise Harris
take a step.
Is charged with seeking her jumper. Taken by Caitlin Keefe.
Advantage, 17 in at the side.
Penalties racking up for OAs, who just can't keep their noses clean at the moment. And Richmond are going to carry on with that penalty in their back pocket. They are furrowing a path up to the 10 and into the OA's half. Eventually,
yes, you've still got pen advantage.
The more collapses. Jordan Hyde.
Tackle release, 19 roll.
She's been stellar today, the inside centre, hard carrying. Interesting kick over the top, bounces. Is it going to escape Lewis? They won't want to allow Lewis to escape them because she can go from range. Exley opens up for Exley, has Jackson clinging on to her. Richmond gambled defensively there. Saints kick ahead. Oh, has it stayed in field? It's miraculous. It may be championship crowning. Coast to coast. And 95-metre effort, and Alex Kane latching on to one of the best tries of the weekend. Incredible.
I think firstly you have to give the plaudits to OAs. That was a wonderful offload out the back, and this decision to put the ball in behind is so smart. Gets lucky with the bounce in the bread basket and then has the pace to finish. But in this bottom corner, Richmond had the advantage from the maul, and as soon as she kicked the ball, the referee called advantage over, and I feel like it went straight to an OA's player, and that is a harsh call for the momentum that they were rolling through. But you have to play to the referee, and that is a brilliant finish from OA's.
Caroline Colley,
Richmond 5 for 16.
Doesn't convert for the first time today. And with that, it's a similar picture. It's still 2 scores required by Richmond. There's the kick.
Time off.
Oh, that is as tight as it gets.
Sub is done. Awesome, thank you.
Let's get back.
Okay, time is on.
And here's the kick.
Pen advantage.
Wow. Just blades of grass in it.
17 high.
And then the finish from Kane. High tackle from Richmond yields a penalty to OAs. They're going to have to empty the tank here now, Richmond. 13 minutes of their season remaining for OAs. They're 13 minutes from glory.
I'm going to apologise now because from the moment that I said the line-outs are going well, we've not had a straight line-out on a platform to play from. So to all the viewers at home, I hold my hands up.
It's all you, Amber. It's all you.
On the edge, Gold, on the edge. Okay, hold it there, take a step. Yeah. They're going to be on the edge, you move that meter to them, okay? Fine, thank you.
The thing for Richmond here is they just need to keep cool heads. There's still time in this game for them to play, but they can't boil over into that frustration or try too hard. They just need to stick to the process.
Keith. Spencer at full stretch. Can the captain inspire a comeback? There's penalty advantage. Keith gets upended. Again, they've got the insurance policy in their back pocket. Oh, it skipped to Jackson. Oh, and it jumbles over her shoulder just when she was home and hosed.
19. It's a high tackle, it's off a line break, it's cynical.
And Oways are going to see out the lion's share
19.
of the remainder of this match without Welly Clark and with 14 on the field. Spencer burrowing through. That was the high tackle, and this was almost the try that Richmond so desperately crave. 15 on 14. The lineouts have just disintegrated for both sides. Jordan Hyle always making meters.
You've held her in.
Treco finds Williamson. Williamson through the first tackle. Gets swarmed by 3 blue jerseys. Spencer coming alive in these closing stages. Big clear out from Richmond. Oways not committing anyone to the breakdown. They're filling the defensive line. And Richmond right now can't find a way through. This time they look to pounce. Almost there for Claire Amy Grimshaw. Spencer, extravagant dummy. Still pumping the pistons, needs to be disciplined and not reach. An arrival at pace against the grain, gets picked off. And knocked forward by Messam. How has that happened? Messam looks ruefully at the screen, awaiting the replay.
And Medic's on with the wing.
And
I mean, has that gone back?
12 change. You're 12.
Yes.
Sorry, should have given a fella there, shouldn't I? Okay,
here we go.
We don't need her in the scrum, we'll play.
It looks like it rolls back towards her teammate. I think Richmond can feel aggrieved again. But everything they're doing right, they're just not getting the final decisions.
Bind! Set!
2 disallowed tries for Richmond in this final that is split by just that. Bit of a crafty blocking line offered by May Goulding. Charlotte Hamlin-Williams with the advance, and then Lewis, who you just feel is lurking with intent. The charge down comes. Spencer pounces. She is set upon by pretty much a third of the OA players out there. Thunderous shoulder arriving hard and low. It is bruising, brutal defence from OAs, who've been under siege at so many moments in this match, and once again they survive the onslaught.
Okay, are you going to touch? 1 minute slow, 1 minute fast. Yeah. Time off.
That was great pressure by Richmond there to put Amelia McDougall under that much heat. You can't have blockers anymore in the game, and she just needs to take a little bit more depth.
Fine.
Just needs to take a little bit more depth.
All okay?
Get her 9 to pull the ball back and use the breakdown as a bit of a shield for her right foot. But all credit to Richmond, they're throwing everything at this game.
It's off,
Jess
yeah.
Dale
You got 7 minutes when I turn it back on, okay?
making the impact.
Seven minutes.
There we are, the player isolated. And Always locking down. They have been excellent at the breakdown today, haven't they, Saints?
They've been very good, and I think in each collision, Richmond are carrying hard, but they're met by 2 or 3 OA's players, one of whom's going on the floor, and it just leaves the other player to then be on their feet, release, and get over the top of the ball at speed to create that jackal opportunity.
On that AR. I'll tell you when the time's on.
This.
Holding on.
Always fancy chancing their arm, and Caroline Colley brings herself in, shovels the ball to Kane, who gets punished for the ambition. 2 Richmond bodies careering in to Kane, the try scorer.
Release.
It is a bar brawl on the floor at times when it comes to the breakdown. Always, to their credit, have now worked their way up to the 10. Foxing feet leaves Richmond defenders grasping at fresh air.
Release and back up.
Kane a menace again.
No.
Recycled for Saints. A try now seals the deal beyond doubt. Lucy Biggs to Colley. Grimshaw. Caught high by Flanagan at pace.
All backwards.
Goes backwards.
Retreat.
Richmond in a sticky situation. Kick it in a hurried fashion. And now it's McDougall who spots undefended green grass back in the Richmond corner. Tessia is racing back. It'll be a goal line clearance.
But that's what happens when you can change the picture. All game, OAs have kicked, taken the easy meters for the touchline, but from where McDougall is in the middle of the pitch, you're not going to gain much ground. You probably get a line out around the 22, but the quick tap allows her team to get up to the 10-metre line, and look at the advantage they've had.
Time is off. 11's going to me now. Anyway.
Michaela Lewis
Time is off.
is leaving the field to a standing ovation from the old Albanian faithful. And Caitlin Keefe looks like she's coming to an uncomfortable conclusion. Shania Harrell bounds onto the field wearing 22, and it may just come her way. Always working it right to left and into the 22 once more. They think about going right, but instead switch left. And this is precisely the part of the field that OAs will want to play all their rugby from now on.
14. Thank you. Yeah, use that back. Service done.
Tessia, the try scorer, replaced. It's hard to think that hers was the last one scored in those opening minutes by Richmond. They've had a wealth of opportunities, but they just haven't had the clinical edge. Jay Bradland Shaw wearing 21. on for a memorable moment at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. But the memories and the history right now
always in, forward retreat.
Look like they're going to lie with the North Londoners.
And that's where Richmond just need to show that ambition. They need ball in hand. They need to score multiple times, and kicking the ball away in your 22 isn't going to get that for you. You need to just throw the dice. They've got players with pace in this back line. Just give them a ball and see what they can do.
Saints, predictably, in no rush. And spilt forward when a gift was presented to Richmond, and round the corner comes Gording. Saints can finish it here. Turl.
Pushing midfield back on the next breakdown.
Say that again.
Ripped in the contact. Shirley has it. Get it to Williamson. She puts foot to floor. Williamson caught high, surely.
Touch. Emily, that is Simbin over. Yeah, fine.
Harrell's tackle. Team legal. The Simbinning over as well. So Old Albanians back to the full complement. And they just need to see out these final few minutes now.
That's not a question. Go backwards. Hold on, release! Release!
There for Oways. They seem bound to be celebratory Saints.
Goal, 15 offside.
In a couple of minutes.
15 offside.
Vicky Jackson offside according to the assistant. And the champions in waiting
Where you are now.
are finishing in the ascendancy.
15.
They can just see out this game now. They don't need to do anything special.
15. Ticking T is on the pitch. T's on. Post called. Your T's on. T's on now, it's post.
We think,
who's that, Mark?
Irrespective of if this goes over or not, it's going to take 60 seconds out of the clock.
Seems like a decision from the sideline to send that T on. Both kickers looking at each other, saying it's not mine. But with 90 seconds left on the clock, I don't see why you wouldn't just tap it and keep possession. Run the clock down.
Caroline Colley. Rubber stamps a championship performance
1 minute.
from Old Albanian Saints.
1 minute. Yes.
There's no course for comeback for Richmond anymore. They trail by 17. They're deep in their own half. The clock is against them, and now they are playing for pride. Spencer will end her Richmond career on a losing note.
I'm happy with that timing.
And the touchline
Still alive.
will win the race.
Weird.
But there's still time for one
I'll tell you when.
last passage.
Considering Colley didn't look like she wanted to take that kick, that was a sweet strike, dead in front of the post.
Well, this is the third time they've played each other. Old Albanians got the better of Richmond in the league, but on the 2 times prior, it ended in a draw and victory for Richmond. But Old Albanian Saints have saved their best to the last, to the most important game of the season.
Tackle release! Time is yours.
Well, they're happy to keep playing, but now back in the pocket. Amelia McDougall sends the ball high into the West Stand, and celebratory scenes for the Saints unfold. She was a superstar in the first half. Michaela Lewis with 2 scintillating finishes. Richmond came firing back, but they couldn't find their ruthless edge. And the 2 top sides in the Southern Championship have delivered a fine final, but
Don't get that calf sorted.
the spoils go to the Saints.
Thanks, mate.
Old Albanian Saints triumph at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham, over Richmond in the Women's Championship playoff.
Don't get injured this time.
Disappointment for Richmond.
Right, should we head in?
But scenes to savour for the Saints, and a day to remember. Well, it has been an incredible weekend's rugby of community finals, and the scenes that we've seen, the calibre of play, remind us all of what a special game it is that we love, and how far the rugby gospel reaches across the country and through the levels. It's been a pleasure for myself and Amber Reid to bring you the action throughout the weekend, but we are signing off, and we will leave you with the celebratory scenes of Old Albanian Saints, who are the last of 8 champions crowned this weekend on the England Rugby Community Finals weekend. Thank you for joining us, and we'll catch you on England Rugby's channels very soon.